a damn show in the StreamYard, Nick. Come on.
It was in the stream.
No, it wasn't. It was sitting out of there. I just had to put everything in there.
Triggered.
Wow,
Yeah,
Josh.
I am triggered.
Josh
It's all
is
right
triggered. Josh
Yeah,
is-
because I just did it.
Oh, John's got a black. There he is. Hi, John.
Hello. Wow. You make put a few calluses on those dainty
No.
hands, and all of a sudden it's like, I'm triggered.
I have no desire to have any. Look at this crap.
You need some Gojo,
How
Josh?
was it that unscrewed?
It was very
It's pretty bad.
unscrewed.
What does Matt do?
I don't know.
His headphones always
feels like
hanging
it was
out.
probably-
It could be Jimmy Allen, too.
That feels like it was probably
Ugh.
years in the making. It just unscrewed a little bit every day.
Maybe.
Yeah, but it should. Okay, first of all, you got the
Look at it,
cord
it's on
there.
my head. Oh,
And by the way, you're
what?
He's
Josh really
wiping
hits-
his cup.
Well, first off, going back to the whole bicycle thing, all you libs want to do is create more bike trails, and you're bitching about having to change your bike. So don't give me this.
Who said that I want to create more bike trails?
bicycles?
You libs and your
You libs.
bikes.
I'm just saying you libs in general, and you're castigating people who own bicycles as being from the country. I was
Wait,
from the
who
city.
said? I
had
don't
to
know what's
change my
happened. I
bike
didn't
Josh-
say anything about the
Josh
You
country.
did. You were complaining. I hate changing bike
No,
chains
John. Josh
What
is
does
a
that do with
runner.
the
He hates
country?
bicyclists.
because you said
Well, the
you're-
ones who don't say
because
on
you
your
said-
left.
It's
because-
about Greece. We're talking
Yeah.
about Greece.
Because
What
you
does that have to
said-
do with the country?
Because you said I'm a city boy,
I am.
alluding to the fact that changing a bike chain was not of
No,
the
I was
city.
talking about how I don't know what I was talking about.
You hate
You're
Greece.
You're just triggered.
I'm
That's all.
very triggered.
You're just triggered because you got
Very
grease all over
triggered.
your
There was
hands.
grease. It's all over the place.
By the way,
What?
no. Don't worry. It's not a criticism.
Grease. Boo.
But just remember during the break to unplug your mic cord and get that untangled. Because look at how tangled that thing
That looks
is.
pretty
it's
bad.
gonna-
And twisted.
It's
See,
going to hurt the cord.
that's-
You know what? I'm
you know
just going
what?
to take a break.
You know what? I think I figured out why you're always having to change the thing, because people keep twisting the crap out of that, and it's breaking the cord.
It doesn't look good.
I mean,
There you go.
we wonder why this one falls apart. It's because
you hold it
exactly
like
what
that?
I'm doing right now.
Yeah,
It's
no,
hold
you're
it
you're
like
the
this.
reason.
And
No,
this one,
it
and
was
this
like
one
this. We
here,
have to.
this one here's got a problem that only Viagra can solve. Because occasionally I'll just be talking, and then all of a
Just
sudden it'll
falls
just go
down.
like this and
Yep.
this. And
I had a
this.
dream about Viagra the other night.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You
Why?
are getting old.
I know. I don't know.
Oh, is that?
Everything's okay in that department, just to say.
Is this
but
like-
I was getting Viagra for some reason.
That was your dream?
Is the Viagra dream like the noodle dream from Kung Fu Panda? You have the
No.
noodle dream and you're destined to make noodles. You have the Viagra dream.
Don't know that
Awesome
reference.
page.
What?
It's a good reference.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good reference.
It is.
Says
Great job.
The guy who made it.
To which the other three people in the room were like, "What? I don't know what you're talking about."
Well, it's because you're old and you haven't witnessed Kung Fu Panda.
Poll
Whoa,
question:
whoa,
Is
whoa,
dreaming
whoa.
about Viagra just like the noodle dream in Kung Fu Panda?
That's a great poll
The other
question.
two youngs said the same thing, so you can't just put this
Yeah.
on us old
I got
people.
no idea what you're talking
I mean, you're older than me, which makes you an old.
Josh is still angry.
Josh is over here. Would you like some?
We need Gojo.
Yeah, I was gonna say we need some Gojo or some
I think
some
I'm-
degreaser over there.
You ever used Gojo, Josh?
Oh,
Okay.
he had no idea what a
I don't
what
even know
Gojo
what that
is.
is.
Delicious.
Josh, you want a
it's
toolbox?
Citrus
We have a bag.
tool bag. Behind the bag.
What's in the bag, Josh?
What's
Hammer?
in the tool
We
bag?
have a bag.
Is it a big hammer or a
Josh
tiny
has
baby
bag
hammer?
of hammers.
Like, I mean, it'd be nice to take and just hit myself.
Here's my hammers and my nails.
I have many nails in there. I
Wait, do the nails just kind of play around loosely?
have a bag, and then that bag is also inside of another bag,
You
so
have
they
more
don't stab.
Yeah.
and go.
You have a nail bag.
But they're just like Ziploc bags.
That's awesome.
You imagine the neighbors coming over, they're hanging pictures, and they knock on Josh's door and says, "Excuse me, could I borrow your bag of nails?"
I'd be happy to loan them
A
bag
couple
of
things
nails.
that I got when I got a house: a power drill,
Don't have
Nice.
that.
the
Oh,
tool,
yeah.
the toolbox with all the screw
I need a
heads or
power
whatever.
drill. Yeah.
And one thing that has been very advantageous.
Which that's my dad
it's
to
this-
borrow his.
It's a thing called a battery daddy.
Oh.
And it holds all of the batteries.
Oh, it's good.
Oh,
And it
interesting.
has a little chart battery like checker, see how
yeah.
charged it is.
Now, does it work with different types of batteries from different companies? Or
Yes.
You
is it
put a
all-
Ryobi in there
Yes.
and then a DeWalt.
Battery daddy.
Wow.
Check it out. I think it was at the
I'm gonna look
As
this
Seen on TV
I'm
store.
going to look this up.
Love that thing.
Nice.
Battery daddy.
Need a battery, daddy.
Make sure you Google that correctly, John.
Wow, this thing looks very like. Wow.
Big.
It
Well, I think.
almost looks like a toy. Is that it?
Yeah, it looks like it's from the ad scene on TV Store.
Oh yeah, definitely.
By the way, Keenan says, I'm imagining that scene in Parks and Rec where April and Andy's toolbox is a grocery bag with a flashlight and pocket cars in it. So it is a bag.
100%.
It is a bag for tools.
Great reference.
No, wait a minute.
It's a bag
this
for
battery
tools.
data it's a place to like all your A's, your double,
Yeah, it's that.
triple A.
Oh, we thought you were
Oh.
talking about
Yeah,
like
we
the
were talking-
Ryobi, but like the
yeah.
power drill batteries.
Oh,
or
I
the,
have those. Yeah.
But I
this
thought you were
is
talking about just those batteries.
the charging.
Yeah.
No, it's
okay.
this one comes with a reader, a meter. You know how
Meat. Oh,
Oh, just like you can also just buy a meter.
cool.
You don't have to.
it's great because otherwise you just got loose batteries flying.
See,
around.
we have a
Don't want
battery
those.
drawer.
battery drawer.
We also
We
have
have
a battery
spot
drawer.
We have
We
a
have
spot for our
We have
batteries.
a drawer.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotta have the batteries.
Got some tools in there. We have a tape measure because we're in the market maybe for a new TV. So we're talking about like, how big is this? How big is this? In terms of
So you
being
have a
able
tape
to
measure in the tool bag.
in the tool bag. What else do we have in
What's
there?
Do you have a
behind
flash-
the tool
Do
bag?
you have a flashlight in the tool bag? A little pocket flashlight?
No.
Get one of those.
We have the
have a
pencil
flashlight?
in there.
what's the thing that where you have to find behind the walls?
Stud finder.
Stud finder, and then I do the thing
Of
where it's
course,
like, beep,
of course,
beep,
it doesn't
beep.
work because Josh is in there.
Damn it! And then we have the level thingy.
There
to
you
make
go.
sure
So you
everything's
have
level.
those.
We have
but
all
you
the-
don't
the
have a
level
toolbox.
thingy, otherwise known
We
as
have the
a
bag.
level.
We have a tool bag. It's a bag of
It's
tools.
just fascinating. You have some. I would say like 200 level tools.
Yeah.
But you don't have a toolbox.
Again, it's like one of these bags. It's not a sack.
Oh.
yeah, it's a
like-
bag for
It's
tools.
a heavy bag.
Yeah. It has spots to put things in.
Get a drill.
I
Then
know.
I always had to borrow my dad's.
You should get a drill.
You should get a drill.
Pop, can I borrow the drill?
Everyone needs a drill.
Drills are pretty inexpensive.
Yeah, maybe I'll
Battery
put that on my
operator?
Christmas list.
You have a
next
socket
year.
set?
No.
Everybody needs a
Do
socket
you know what a
set.
socket set is?
I do.
Do you have any Allen wrenches?
Yes.
Well, if you've put
Everything
together
comes
any
with an
kind
Allen
of
wrench.
furniture
That's true.
Yes.
at any point in your life,
Right,
you
but
have
sometimes you need the ones that are very specific, tiny babies. Does anyone ever use the Allen wrenches that are
I have.
such a small gauge?
I'm trying to, and I used it recently, and I'm trying to remember what it was for because I have one of those Allen wrenches where it's got like 8 of them.
It's like a key.
It's like a key, yeah, yeah. What do they call that thing? The Swiss Army knife.
Yes.
where just you can flip it out.
Nice.
But yeah, I mean,
I
I've
hate
got
Allen
so many
wrenches.
Allen because I
You hate Allen
never
wrenches?
throw away the ones
Well,
that
yeah,
I
it's
get
hard.
with the box.
They're just hard to do.
Oh,
I can't
Allen
it's just so
wrenches
hard.
are the dumbest
Yeah.
because they're the easiest to strip.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
Those nuts are the easiest.
Because if you
ones
pull
to
on it
strip.
hard, it just
yep,
comes
and
right
then,
off
and then
there.
you're screwed.
Bad times.
Hate that.
Not good times.
Josh, you know what we're talking about.
I know about Allen wrenches. I put together a bed.
How long did it take you?
Probably not as long as Matt.
12 hours plus.
Not as long as Matt. How is that going for? Oh, I just looked at it.
I believe he's finished.
Oh, yeah, he got that put together.
Actually, it would have taken Josh as long because he spent most of the time going, "Oh, the grease! Get the grease on my hands!"
I'm not a fan of the grease, John. These are excellent points.
It's greasy.
It's great.
I
Like,
have never seen you
Yeah,
so triggered about
grease might be the
something so
thing you
small.
hate the most.
Because there's not a sink nearby. I don't want it to get on my computer. It's on my sweatshirt now. I got a couple little grease
That makes
spots.
that sweatshirt look good.
Yeah, but
Little
now you
grease
look
on
like a
that?
working man.
I
Yeah.
do look like a working man.
Now you can go outside.
Blue
You
collar
can go
Josh.
across the street over here to the gas station. Said,
I love
"Got any
Buchanan's.
oil changes you need
I
me
love
to do for
Buchanan's.
you?"
They're my
You
favorite
should've-
people in
You
the
should have
earth.
wiped it on your hat. That would have made your
should've.
hat look cool.
It is an old dirty hat, so it's like getting that Eric Gagne look to it a
Oh,
little bit.
yeah.
You like that reference, Apper?
Nice. Well, we're watching baseball All-Star games again.
I got
Baseball.
a sweatshirt. I'm not allowed to say what team it's for, but I got a sweatshirt for Christmas from one of my
Gee.
brothers, and he got it from like a. There's this place in Chicago. They just have a bunch of old sports
Salvation
gear, right?
Army store.
Kind of, but it's mainly for sports. And there was like paint on the back, and I was like, "Oh, somebody painted in this." Do you guys have paint and clothes?
I don't really.
I don't paint.
Well, you don't own a home.
Just throw them away.
I rent a home.
Yeah, you never worn
I hate
a shirt to
painting.
paint.
I hate painting.
I've been of painting before.
Oh, I hate
Text from the 402, which is going to roast you guys more than it's going to roast me. Hearing you guys talk about tools is entertaining. How I feel my wife and her friends would talk about tools.
What do you mean?
Yeah,
That's
they're-
you, Josh. You're
No,
the one who hates
but-
grease.
But they're saying that about all of us. So tough look for you guys. I don't know anything about tools. I'm not even going to pretend that I do. Johnny's saying that you don't know anything about it.
you don't know tools, bro.
Yeah, exactly. He says, "Look at that hat. That's not a hat of a man who knows tools."
What?
I don't think that anybody would be
And,
able to
and
clean
you
that from this
want these
conversation.
people to pay money So we read
Well, that was
their
a
stuff.
text. That was a text.
Oh, okay. You know what?
Super
For,
chats.
for some texts like that, they should have to pay us. To
You think
read.
so?
Oh yeah.
All right, texter.
That was-
I'm going to
that
send
was a
you
weird
I'm going to send
take.
you John's Venmo.
That was a weird.
John's
take.
wife's Venmo. John doesn't have
Yeah,
I was
Venmo.
gonna say
Venmo.
John doesn't have
John
I
doesn't
got
have Venmo. Yeah.
I got no Venmo for you.
We share a subscription, and his wife is the one who always has to Venmo me when it comes up every year.
John writes
Really?
into the Equitable Bank inbox. Mrs. Josh has to check the oil level in Josh's car, doesn't she?
I don't know how to do that. I know you put a dipstick in and you look at
You don't
something.
put the dipstick's already there.
Okay. You pulled the dipstick
You
out.
pull it out, you
Yes.
wipe it off, you put
you
it
have
in.
never checked
it
the
out.
oil.
I
in
have.
your
I
car?
don't remember what to do, though.
It's not
You
that
just
hard.
look at it.
You pull it out, you wipe
You
it
know what
off,
I
you
do?
dip
I look
it
at
in,
the
you dip
number
it
and I
out.
say, time to go to the gas station, time to go to Buchanan's. And then I go to Buchanan's. And then they're like, thanks for your money again, friend. I'm like, you're welcome. That's what I do.
I mean, it functionally gets the job done.
It does.
Exactly. Yeah.
I guess you're fortunate you don't own vehicles that burn oil.
I guess I don't.
Well, like
Well, I mean,
my Jeep
burn
used
oil.
to eat
Burning oil
oil
is not good. You don't want your car to burn
Yeah.
oil.
Oh.
You
My-
want it to retain the oil level because if it's burning oil, that means there's probably some issues with your internally in your engine.
I had a gasket blown on my engine on my Jeep, and it would just eat oil.
Mm.
I had
'Cause
to
it would
check
leak.
it. Huh?
That's not
yeah, it
good.
would leak.
Yeah, I'd be at a stoplight, and there'd be smoke coming out of my hood, and then
You
people
guys,
would be like, "You know, your car's smoking, right?" It's like, "Yes, I see it.
You guys like check your dipsticks routinely?
You're supposed to."
I know you're supposed to. I'm supposed to get a medical checkup every 5 years.
Happer's
I
supposed to
don't
go to
that.
the dentist,
supposed to
and he
go to
hasn't
the
done that in
dentist.
100
I think you're
years.
supposed to get a medical checkup every
Wait,
year.
Happer's scared of the dentist too?
I don't go to the dentist. I don't go to
How
the
long's it been,
doctor.
Nick? Sorry, Happer.
I go regularly now.
now.
I know.
You need to talk to him.
I have an appointment next month.
Oh, probably. I would guess probably 6 to 7 years.
Josh and I go to the same dentist. We want us to hook you up?
Yeah, if I reference you, can I get like free dental work?
Is he good?
I like it. They
And
clean
I'll
They'll
my
try not to
teeth.
make it painful next time. That's
Yeah,
what
I
they
mean,
do.
yeah. Oh, that's right. Nick's like, they're like,
My teeth was a garbage zone, and they fixed it.
he's like, he's
I
from
don't
London.
need fixed.
Yeah, they had to scrape barnacles off his
They did.
teeth. It was so
Mhm.
bad.
I know. It was gross. I heard about
They
it.
found buried
You were
treasure.
like,
How,
"Go,
how many
go, go, go."
appointments was it to do a routine cleaning?
It was like
too?
4, wasn't
I
it?
had to go like every 3 months. Wow. It wasn't like a routine cleaning though. That's the thing.
Well, but it would have been a routine. It's just to get you to the point where you could then become
So
part of the
the,
routine.
the first one was a checkup so they could see how janked up my mouth was, and then they did half my mouth on one appointment. Then I had to wait a few weeks, and then they did the other half on the next one.
That's
You were
It
screwed
was
up.
so bad they could only do half as much.
Well,
They walked in with hazmat suits.
it's mostly because it took time,
Right,
You know,
right.
And I had to work, and then
That's
I came
bad. It
into
shouldn't
work.
Take time.
I came into work that first time, and it was hell. And then the second time, I'm like,
That's
I'm just gonna
right.
stay home. I can't talk.
That was
I
amazing.
forgot about that.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
Was
You had
this-
to take up content for me that day because I couldn't.
You couldn't say
And how
words.
many years had you neglected your teeth?
Over 10.
Okay, so you're
You're getting into barnacle territory.
You don't want to be like Nick and have to
I'm
go
not
through the-
neglecting my teeth.
Not going to a dentist is neglecting.
He's
I
not
don't
wrong.
think that's true.
He's not wrong.
There's some things that only dentists can get to with the cleaning
Yep.
Yeah.
They scrape.
and flush.
What precipitated your trip to the dentist?
Oh, I've had janked up teeth for years, and I've always wanted to do something about it. And then I finally found myself in a place that I could take care of it.
the fact that eels were crawling out of his mouth and randomly
Yeah, but
at
like,
night
yeah,
and
was
just
there
living
pain?
in there?
Like before,
Yeah, before you went to the dentist.
I mean, there was a little soreness in my gums. My gums hurt.
Yeah, I don't have any of that. I'm good.
When you brush your teeth, you
Oh, that's true.
His mouth was so gnarled up. Now look at him. He gets his teeth clean and he gets a real
And
girlfriend.
he's dating somebody for over a year
He
now.
wouldn't have gotten that. Now, see, Connor's already,
Yeah.
I'm married and I got a kid, so I can just let myself go.
don't you want to teach your kid healthy dental habits?
Yeah, my wife will.
Also, she's so young. She doesn't know what's going on.
Has she
No teeth for her yet.
not a teeth yet?
Nope.
How
No
old
teeth
now?
for you.
5 months.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a
Tell her
little
to
bit.
grow some teeth already.
Wow.
I know.
It's getting
It's getting close.
close.
She's definitely feeling it. She's starting to, like to.
Gnaw on things.
Yep.
You're gonna have to get some of those teething toys that you freeze and
We
then
got 'em.
stick in your baby's mouth.
We've already do.
You're
We're
gonna be
doing
like
that already.
the pioneer people and just put a little whiskey on there to numb the pain.
I have thought about that.
Give her like a branch
I
or
don't.
something.
I
to
don't
chew on.
actually want to do that, but I fake do it sometimes.
Nice.
My wife is like, "Whoa, what's going on?" They'll put that Diet Coke by her mouth.
You're like,
it'd be funny if
you
she
walk
drank
in
some
with
Diet
that
Coke.
bottle of bourbon we got yesterday.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
There's some teething medicine.
CJ says, me, handshake meme happer. I never go to the dentist either. Never had a cavity or braces and very white teeth.
So
I'm not saying that I don't have problems, but I don't feel as if it's necessary at the moment.
I've never had a
Necessary?
cavity either, but some people's mouths just don't have the bacteria that makes cavities.
That's true.
And I found out that I don't have the cavity bacteria.
Nice. Gotta love that.
You had all the other bacteria.
I did,
Oh,
but not the
yeah.
cavity one.
But not
Maybe
the
the other
cavity.
bacteria killed off all the
Could've-
cavity.
So that's
maybe
like-
you did.
So
Maybe
that's
you
like
did.
checking your dipstick.
Yeah, you got to check your mouth dipstick.
I don't do that either. I really don't. I don't check my dipstick. Or my
This
mouth
would be
dipstick.
great video content if it were a nicer day. We could take the video during the Grum out to Josh's car and show him how to check his oil.
That would be really good content.
That would,
It
yeah.
would be
Here's how you check your oil.
not good content, but content.
Why wouldn't it be good?
You know how many views we got on that video you
Be-
posted of you flushing our toilet?
How many?
Enough to make me confident that we'll get more on Josh changing his oil.
Really?
How many
Well,
viewers
no,
do
we're
we
not
get?
Like
asking him
what?
to change his oil just to
Or
check
should I
his
search, Nick,
I'm
1620,
thinking
the zone
50.
toilet flush?
Just 1620 the Zone TV.
If
and
we
then
got
it'll be
more
under
than
the
50, I
art
quit.
playlist.
Holy crap. What did you say?
50.
You're quitting?
Yeah, I quit 1620 the zone.
752 views.
Of you flushing a toilet.
I quit. Goodbye.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get more than that. I put it in the art playlist because I didn't know where else to put it.
I'm going to miss you, Happer.
Yeah, it's been fun.
Uh-huh. It was a good time. Wow. That has more
Get
views
some
than
new dental
Harami
insurance.
karaoke.
It does.
Wow.
That's the stupidest thing I've
What?
ever heard.
Yeah.
That's fake.
Wow.
That's fake.
I mean,
We need
you
to-
remember
we need
the
to
idea
retweet
behind
that.
that.
Yeah, I guess so.
You need to retweet that and get those
No,
numbers up.
why did we flush the toilet?
There was a guy who texted us.
Who put
He
that
said
on
that
a-
a roommate of
We did.
his-
We found the songs and we uploaded them.
a roommate of his
Oh,
made a bunch of money on YouTube in college because he would just take videos of old toilets flushing. So then we did it.
Really?
We went to our toilet, and then that's
And-
when it made that noise from hell
Yeah.
when it would flush.
It worked. 762 people.
Wow.
Or one person watching it 762
It
times.
I like
Could've
to
been
imagine
that.
it's that one.
Could have been that.
Yeah. All right. Well, I
Wow.
don't know. I don't pretend to understand the YouTube algo.
It's a very strange
Yeah,
place.
I don't get it neither.
Very
It's
strange place.
Weird.
He just titled it "Flushing a Toilet." didn't
That's
he?
all it was titled.
Yeah.
Not anything
Pretty
witty.
common phrase,
Incredible.
I guess.
Wow, yeah. Sometimes I feel like you have to label things very specifically, and other times you can just be like toilet, and they're like,
Speaking of building stuff, I get mad at people on YouTube because oftentimes when I don't know how to do something, you go to YouTube.
yeah.
Yes.
So whatever it might be, I don't know. But all the time, the people who are trying to teach me, usually it's like a tech thing, how to hook your camera up to this thing or whatever it is. But the guys doing the videos are horrendously annoying. It takes them 15 minutes to get into the damn thing.
You know
And-
why that is?
Yeah, probably the
Well,
SEO,
you
whatever.
can start monetizing YouTube videos if it hits a certain length.
Sure,
So
100%.
people just stall for time on things that don't need to take that
100%.
long.
But it doesn't make me less annoyed. In fact, quite the opposite.
It's very annoying.
It makes me more annoyed.
It's like when you
Get to
look
the
up a
point-
recipe and then Betty from Waterloo gives
Oh,
you the
yeah.
backstory.
My grandma used to make me cookies.
yes, I could still.
she tragically
could
died
still
in a train
remember-
accident.
Wow. I can still remember the smell when I would wake up on Christmas morning and the
Mhm.
cookies and and all right, just tell me the recipe.
Mhm.
Scroll down to the recipe, and then you scroll down to the recipe, and there's still 5 more scrolls that you have.
Yeah.
A lot of scrolling.
Yeah. It's all about just trying to get you to stay on that website longer
Stupid.
so that you end up dropping those cookies and then they start spamming you with ads.
I know.
Can't get away from it. But we won't spam you. When you listen on AM radio, we don't spam you with ads.
We don't.
No.
And if you sign up for 1620, the email, also not getting spammed. Instead, you get great content like Connor flushing a toilet.
That's true.
That was one of the
and
things.
coming
Josh-
soon, Josh checking his dipstick.
And you can win a trip to Las
Maybe-
Vegas sometimes.
Maybe we'll put the toilet flushing video in the next newsletter just to keep it on your radar.
That's a great idea. Hey, in case you missed this,
Here's the toilet.
Here's Connor flushing.
Okay,
his
so
toilet.
benchmark how many views are on that now,
Okay.
and then if
it was 752.
752, if that gets put in the newsletter, I bet we'll get more.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right. I read
Well,
the newsletter every time I get it.
put
I
it in the
scroll through.
newsletter.
Oh, Happer.
I deleted.
Happer.
Well, because you know,
I
you
already lived
know.
it.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, you're the creator. You're the purveyor.
No, I'm in the
Oh, yeah.
content.
I like seeing what's going on. I like seeing what was Matt doing besides breaking the microphone and getting grease everywhere.
I already listened
you
to their
got
show.
grease
I listened to
everywhere.
your show. I got it
Blame
all.
Matt
Mhm.
and Jimmy. Blame both of them.
I'm more inclined to blame Jimmy.
Actually, I haven't got one in a while. They might be going to spam by this point.
That's not good.
Tell your email.
I
that
also
it's
read
not
the
spam.
NRG newsletter because I always scroll to see is Omaha mentioned, and then is Omaha mentioned is 1620 the zone.
When was the
mentioned.
last time
we-
you got that? Because
we-
I don't get it anymore.
We get those once a month on a Friday.
Yeah,
really.
might be tomorrow.
I don't know what happened to. I just don't get it anymore.
Oh, yikes!
Oh no!
Must
Did
be
I
going
get
to your
fired?
spam.
Is this how they tell me I'm fired?
I think they're going to your spam.
Nice.
It's
Well,
got to be your
spam.
spam.
Happer quit. Happer, you need a job. Do you want to be our producer?
Yes,
Awesome.
I accept.
That'd be a fun show.
I would just sit in silence. It would be awesome. 4 hours, no takes for me. Sounds like a dream.
Wow. Just sit there and get
I
paid,
listen to your takes. Get mad at your takes. Get mad at your takes.
but don't say
Yeah.
anything.
Yeah.
Nice.
I would never have a creative take of my own. I would just fight against your takes.
Oh yeah, there it is.
Interesting.
It was going to my junk folder.
Yikes.
I don't know why.
The which one?
The newsletter.
The NRG newsletter.
YouTube user says, will the 1620 newsletter have Josh versus Nick hot dog racing / running this summer? Call back to the chestnut versus bolt dumb debate. Are we going to do that? Are we going to race each other while eating hot dogs?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Oh, man, that'd be fun.
I bet our friends at Roncalli would let us borrow the
I'll
track.
teach you about zone 2,
Probably.
Nick. Zone 2 heart rate. It's
Oh,
an important place to be.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's an important
I am-
place to be.
I should learn.
There you go.
What's
All
a
right.
BPM in zone 2?
For me,
Yeah.
anything below 153?
That's so high.
Well,
Not when you're running.
Is that adjusted for the temperature?
no, John. Great question, but no. Zone 2 is always zone 2.
The deuce.
Yeah, but you do have to
1180.
The deuce.
But your pace in the cold weather versus the warm weather, you'll have to slow down if you want to keep it there.
Mm.
There you go.
Josh, you were on zone 2 last night.
I was. Thought I had a great call, and then I screwed up something at the end. And on my way home, I was hitting my head into the back of the seat.
I hate
was
that.
So mad at myself.
You almost threw a perfect game.
I felt really good about the
Yeah.
broadcast. I thought I was doing a good job.
I watched the whole 7-minute highlight reel this morning.
Dude, that was sweet that they put that up.
Yeah.
I was like, thank you, Creighton.
Yeah.
Yeah. They
Nice
cut me
job.
off at the very beginning when it was like, it's the Creighton.
Thank you, Creighton. Very cool.
Very cool, Creighton. But yeah, so Creighton got a rebound with 3-point-something seconds left. They were up by 3. And they got fouled. And I was like, and they'll go to the free throw line. And then I looked at the stat sheet, and it was only the second foul for Marquette in the quarter. And I was like,
Oh,
how is it only the second foul?
what a critical error.
They're not going to the foul
No
line.
one could ever
They
forgive
fouled
you.
them once, and then the next pass, I think Mogensen got it and dribbled it out, and the game was over.
When you realize your mistake, did you say oopsie poopsie? I made a flub.
No, but when I got to the break, I said something to Rob, and I was like, I cannot believe I screwed that up. So then I hit my
And
head
then
on
he
my
immediately
car.
pounded his fist and said, we should go back to 20-minute halves.
Yeah.
Were you thinking about how in the zone you were prior to?
Mm-mm,
He
no,
was in
that
the
was
zone
the
too.
that took me out of it. Where I was like, oh, that had been a good broadcast. I was like, well, this can't
What,
go on my reel.
one small mistake?
I know. It felt like kind of a big mistake though, because it was late in the game.
Well, yeah,
we
but
can't
I'm
all
sure
be
you
John.
You immediately corrected, said, nope, sorry, that was only the second.
I did, yeah, because
Well,
Rob
that's-
was talking, and then I had to be like, so I was wrong.
Josh,
Let's go back to my horrible error.
So a few minutes ago, I said this.
you listen to sports all the time. Announcers make mistakes. It just happens.
I know, but
You're only
it's-
human.
Wait, so
it's just
John, are you a
bummer.
20-minute half guy?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the 20-minute halves.
I
I don't have a
kinda-
problem with it.
I don't have a problem with it either, but the quarters kind of rules.
See, I've
cool.
I've always made
He doesn't like quarters.
no. It's not that I don't like them. It's just I don't
He doesn't
think
think they're as awesome
I don't
as they
think they change as much as people think.
It doesn't
they do.
make that big of a difference.
Yeah.
No.
are. No way. Free throws.
Again.
Well, yeah.
there's not. I mean, if you get a lot of fouls, you're going to get a lot.
One
of free
time a
throws,
year
no
with
matter
the
what.
with free throws starting at the 12-minute mark is one time too many.
Okay, but that doesn't happen as long as much.
But I
as
said
you
one
say.
time is too many.
Okay, come on.
I think it is. I hate that crap.
That's
It ruins basketball games.
extreme. That's
Free
extreme.
throws for 12 minutes ruins basketball.
Yeah, but you could go into the bonus within a minute of a quarter. And
That would be that'd be insane.
and it's 2 free throws every time. It's not 1 and 1.
Ah,
Yeah, but
ah.
that many fouls in 1 minute
Or-
would be pretty
or-
crazy.
3
Well, I mean,
minutes
it's
or-
Sure,
it's
but that's only
relative-
7 minutes.
It's
of free throws.
relatively the same pace. You know?
I think it's great. I love quarters.
Last night we had
I think I
3
do.
people foul out for Michigan State. 3 people fouled out.
wow.
That's a lot of fouls.
Yes, many
Mm.
fouls.
Dude, in the first half last
Wouldn't
night,
have happened if they didn't have.
last night, Marquette.
Maybe.
15 first half turnovers, including 10 in the second quarter.
Woof.
There was so many of the travel before you dribble for both teams.
Woof.
Like to the point where Rob was like, I think that there was a memo that was sent to these officials because they kept
Call
calling it
travels.
all the time.
Interesting.
Max says, interesting. What are each of your guys' biggest mistakes during a game broadcast?
Oh, man.
I've played wrong highlights before. Sorry, John.
During the
Also-
College World Series?
Yeah.
Oh, that sucks. I never did that.
It was game 1 last year.
Oh,
Game
no.
1!
Nick,
Yeah.
what did John call for and what did you call? What did you play?
I don't remember, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
He was like, let's play this home run. And it was like, he strikes him out.
The first
Oh, I
game's
remember
always
game
the
1
roughest.
last year.
The roughest.
There was
First
a
one's
lot
always
of
the
issues.
roughest.
Game
game
1 last
yes.
year sucked.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because all of a sudden Westwood won the NCAA
But everything was
Radio
better
Network
by game 2.
present.
Mhm.
Twitter's freaking out. I'm just trying to log in and it's doing this
Game 2 is better.
You know why
Oh,
Twitter is freaking out?
because Elon sucks.
Obama
Because
and Trump.
Say
something-
Obama, but like drunk uncle.
because
Obama.
Carson
Beck?
Beck to enter portal, according to
Mid.
Feldman, Bruce.
Did you guys see
Mid.
Josh's prediction already?
Mid, what did he say? To Miami. Oh, I saw this tweet because his girlfriend goes there or
I
something.
guess he dates one of those Cavenders.
I thought they were out of college.
That's what I thought.
Uh,
Then Josh explained to me the whole thing.
Stibbs says, I also never did that. Interesting.
Very
Mm.
interesting.
We should reach out to Lacey and then Stacy.
And see if that was the first mistake in the history
was
of a college
ever
World
made.
Series.
Yeah,
And
because
I
of
really
this.
just screwed the
Uh-huh.
pooch.
So, John, what's your biggest broadcasting oopsie poopsie?
I'm sure
There's a lot of them. I
many,
just can't-
right, John?
You got
I
got
try to
any
f-
that come
I-
to your mind?
I try to flush them out of my mind as soon as it happens.
What about you, Happer? You got
It
anything?
happens.
Got
I mean,
anything
Not
that
to the
comes-
top of my head.
I probably misidentified a player or something.
Yeah.
Certainly.
Oh, I got one for you.
Oh, you know what? I was doing a soccer game this year.
Oh.
And they had apparently changed a number on the opposing
Oh, I
team.
hate that.
Triggered.
I heard from one of the opposing one of the St. Louis fans after the game, like, how could you get that wrong? And I
Nice.
was like, yeah. So I responded. I was like, I actually feel really bad
Yeah,
about this.
I would
I'm
too.
sorry. I just screwed it up.
Yeah.
But you can't get it back. I felt bad.
All right, I have
That was
one.
a bad one.
Now, this was a behind the scenes thing, just like Nick.
Mhm.
So the first game that I ever spotted for Kugler for the Big Ten Network, 2012, Wisconsin was playing some team they kicked the crap out of. And I'd never spotted before, and I didn't have binoculars. And so I'm like doing this combination of like squinting really hard and looking at the monitor, just kind of going back and forth. Somebody picked it off. I pointed at the wrong guy. Kevin had to correct it. And he could tell that I was like really pissed at myself. And at one point he was like, it's okay. Like, just calm down. It's fine. It's going to be fine.
Dude, I would feel horrible.
I felt like crap.
Yeah.
That was like his first game as like a full-time announcer
That
for
is-
them.
That is right. And he trusted you.
I know.
And then he slapped you after the
That's
game.
why I don't do Kevin Kugler spotting anymore. No, just kidding. I did it for a couple more years. But then I got this job and I couldn't do it anymore.
You got fired.
I could have been working in the NFL. Now here I am talking to John.
So I don't think I screwed up when Kevin Kugler was calling the College World Series, but I think that was out of fear.
Yeah.
You thought Kevin was going to kill you?
I heard stories.
He's the meekest person on the face of the earth. He couldn't
Wow.
hurt a fly.
Meekest.
This is a
God.
Poll
this is a-
question.
This is a guy who falls downstairs, falls through his ceiling. Very clumsy.
If you fall through your ceiling, are you
These
clumsy
all
or
are
is that
true,
the
by
house's
the way. I'm
fault?
not exaggerating. These are all true.
Mm.
Fell downstairs and through his ceiling.
I
Didn't
remember-
Stacy also fall down things?
She did.
Yeah.
I remember one mistake. There was
Okay.
one broadcast where in the middle of the broadcast I yelled, "Evan Burrows, you're really good at your job."
I don't remember that.
Immediately regretted.
We
The
gotta check the
finest
tape on that
official
one.
in America, Evan Burrows.
you suck.
God, that was so funny.
We
Good
gotta
times.
Check the tape on that one. I remember that.
I was also sad last night. No Kookaburra cookies. No
Oh.
cookies. So I got there so late because I got there right after the show at 6:00. Just a few slices of pizza left. It was very.
Did you
very
hate the
sad.
pizza because it was greasy?
No, it was fine. You know, it is. What
Oh,
it is.
interesting. So you like grease, but only some grease.
I don't mind pizza grease, but it wasn't greasy.
Hmm.
It wasn't from that place that you
You're
despise.
greasist.
Nice.
I've heard that place isn't doing very well.
Interesting, Nick.
Is it because you keep trashing them all the time?
I never said what their name is.
That's true. You have to be in the studio with us during commercial breaks to hear which pizza place Nick hates.
Or
love
you
those
could
cookies,
guess
though.
into the
those
JTech Construction Zone Twitter page.
Those Kookaburra cookies
Those are
are
really good cookies.
awesome. Yeah.
The one John got for me last time, it was like a cookie brownie thing. It was delicious. I love brownies. Brownies are probably my favorite baked good.
Wow. That's
Yeah.
a take.
I think people probably are starting to cover Creighton events more because of these cookies. They know that there's
Interesting.
6 boxes of Kookaburra cookies.
Yeah,
at the
they've been
Creighton,
really stacking. And you know,
they go fast, John.
Yes, they do.
because Nelson has to hold them for us on the side. He's like, I'll get one. For
They'll
you."
definitely have some of those for the pink out games,
Nelson's a
right?
cookie
We'll
dealer.
have some of those cookies.
Well, but remember,
Sweet.
the men's game is first, so you'll probably be out by the time the women's game gets
2
started.
deliveries.
Maybe I'll have to show up early, John. I was talking with Glenn last night about where we'll be sitting for the broadcast. Sounds like it might be in your spot. You might have to leave your equipment behind.
No, I ain't leaving my equipment behind. No
And
way.
I get to lick your microphone.
I'm gonna
Hey,
I'm gonna-
Daddy's home.
I'm
Lick,
gonna,
lick, lick.
I'm gonna leave a tomato can and a long string for you.
What would that? Oh, it's
Get
the
some-
String will
microphone.
be attached to the
I get
radio
it.
station.
Get some microphone grease and just kind of put it.
Oh, that's what I'm
somewhere.
gonna do.
Put it on the desk somewhere
I'm
so
just
he
gonna-
finds it
I'm
when
just
he
gonna
puts
get
his
a
hand
big
out.
old vat of grease and just pour it right on the table.
Nice.
Yeah, do you need someone to do stats work, John, while you're calling the game? I can point at stats for you.
No, there's a stats monitor right in front of me. It does work.
You
for
just
me.
told him a
also
story
no
about how you
room.
screwed up
There is
spotting.
no
You think
room.
he wants you?
There is
Probably
no
not.
room.
Yeah.
There's no room for extra people.
I went and sat over there, and there was nobody even there, and I felt cramped.
It was
Yeah.
awesome last night. The person who did the video wasn't there, and so I was spread out.
Tough
I
look for that guy.
Put my arm on the chair. It was great.
Mm.
It was very comfortable.
And then you said the wrong
Love
thing.
space.
And then I said
I
the
do,
wrong
too.
thing, and I ruined the whole broadcast.
That's why we're going to Jan 6
Whoa.
the studio next door.
Yep.
At one point.
So we can
Great
have
day.
some room
Oh,
and a
man.
nice table and a place for Connor to sit during the segment where he doesn't have to hold his microphone.
Let's get this. I
That would be
recorded
awesome.
recorded a Chasing 3 Hours the other night. Get here with the guest, and we walk. I always record in the tiny studio in there, but we walk in. He goes, "Whoa, this studio is huge." It's like, yeah, this isn't ours.
You want to go see ours?
Yeah, I was like,
Hey, would you like to know how many people work in here at the same time? One.
Add up the number of people that work in there during the whole day, John.
One.
There you go.
2.
It's 2.
Yeah.
2 people.
Oh, that's right. The cleaning crew at night.
I think that would make it.
And
3.
sometimes
That would make
Cynthia
it
walks in there when she's on a break.
That's true.
So
Yeah,
2
because
people.
it's so big.
She takes her breaks in there.
I love it. It's so
Because
comfortable.
it's so spacious.
She goes in there and watches her soaps.
Mhm. Mhm.
Well, they don't have that big TV in there
They
anymore.
don't. Whatever happened to that big TV?
I think it got moved outside.
Oh no,
Is it?
isn't it the one in the hallway?
I think it's the one in the hallway.
Oh, for our
Announcement.
See,
calendar.
our tiny little studio is not. I mean, if we brought that TV in here,
Probably break the wall.
When the old
Josh would fall through the window. It's so
Grease.
big.
he'd be
When the
Googler.
old morning show was in there, they demanded that TV be in there. I believe.
So we need to start making demands.
What, the breakfast flakes?
What?
For those of you older Sweet 98 listeners, you're laughing heartily.
Are they?
Well, yeah, for the
Sure they
older
are.
Sweet, emphasis on older.
How
It's a-
old is older?
50.
Talking
A show
not
called
that
The
many
Breakfast
years.
45?
Flakes?
It's like 25.
I
30.
wanna know
People
who
love.
named-
Remember, they love old bits. Theo keeps telling us about someone who used to put things in their butt, and then
Huh?
the listeners would have to guess what was in their butt.
What? On the radio?
I guess so.
That's
On
awesome.
Sweet?
I don't know what station, but on the radio.
That
Theo
does not
says-
sound like something on Sweet.
Make
Guess
Guess
That
what's
sounds like
in my
something on the
butt?
radio.
Yeah, I think that's what happened.
That sounds like the
Theo.
early days of another morning show.
Stern?
No, well, yeah.
It does sound like Stern.
What the domino mean? Super chats down here, up here. Guess what's in my butt? That's what it would go to.
Well, we could make it happen if that's what people want.
Yeah.
Is that what people
Imagine
want?
we're giving away Creighton tickets today. Guess what's in our butt?
Well, we already know.
Is it the Creighton tickets?
We already know what's in Josh's. It's all the grease.
All the grease. That's where I keep it.
Grease butt.
Yep, exactly. Mm.
Josh will get home tonight. and say, how in the world is there grease in my butt?
There's grease in my butt.
We played that game again.
Mhm. Bring it back. Bring it back. Wow, this has been quite the crossover.
Yes, it has.
Started
Yes,
with
it has.
anger, and it ends with laughter.
It's either sadness or euphoria.
Usually
That's-
is.
that's
Billy
usually-
Joel said.
That's
Usually
usually
is.
what our crossovers are.
Mm-hmm.
Ah,
When you think about it.
that was
All-Star
Jose
game.
Fernandez. He's dead. He's dead.
This was from a great year. Maybe some say the best year.
Eric Hosmer is about to hit a home run in this game when he comes up and win the MVP.
Spoilers.
Yeah, jeez, man. I
Well,
was
you already
excited.
know the AL is going to win because it's
Yeah.
a game.
because it's a all-star game.
Hard to argue with that.
Hard to argue with that.
Mhm.
That's all right. The NL won when it counted in October, technically
did.
November.
They did.
And Chris Bryant was one of the last guys to touch the ball.
Remember when Chris Bryant wasn't broken all the time?
Yes, it was 2016 and the Cubs won the World Series. Great time.
You notice in this game, the coaching staff for the American League. Now, why is it that way?
Because that was the year before.
100%. That's right, John. Thank you for saying that.
Which is why it's amazing that the AL won.
Here he is. He's about to hit a home run.
Well, whose teeth are bigger?
He's
His or
about to
Freddie
go to
Freeman's?
Dongtown
Oh, yeah.
against his
Whose
former
teeth-
teammate.
Whose teeth are bigger, Eric Hosmer's or Josh's?
1620, the teeth.
What's he smiling about?
Wow, what is that? Oh, because, I mean, Cueto, they were teammates.
Oh. Is he swinging at everything? Who is he? Ezekiel Tovar? Thank you, John.
Jeez.
Was that a good joke?
Just the fact that he pulled that
It's
random,
out of nowhere.
just pulled that one out of nowhere.
There's a deep drive to left field by Eric Hosmer, and it's gone!
Last season, Tovar broke the record for most swings and whiffs in MLB.
Seems bad.
It's not good.
It is bad. It is very, very, very bad.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
All right. Well,
Great to see you, Happer.
I'd say I see you tomorrow, but I'll be heading to Indianapolis.
I'm not going with you. I'd like to go to Hinkle Fieldhouse one day.
It's fun. I enjoy it. I know some people don't like it. Oh, it's so old. I love it. It's a great old building.
Hinkle is fun to
We should
say.
do Jays Live on the road one day. Don't know
I think
how.
you would enjoy it.
I would love to.
I
That'd
think
be
you
cool.
would enjoy it.
I'd watch it.
with the natural sunlight pouring in.
Shining off my head.
I love Hinkle. I love early games at Hinkle.
That's how it always is
Watch
when
it'll
Creighton
be
goes
cloudy
there.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
Mm,
You
sad.
still get that natural light
You
coming
do.
through.
You do.
It's beautiful.
All right.
Have
There
a
you
good
go.
trip, John.
Bye,
I
Happer.
will.
Goodbye.
Thank you. That's the crossover. Powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Everlevel, if you could fix Josh's grease problem.
That'd be great, Everlevel.
If you ever run out of concrete to repair, come fix Josh's grease problem.
Yep. Still smells greasy.
Well, go to the restroom
I
and
will.
wash your
I'll
hands.
Wash my hands. We'll do it next.
How many times will Josh go back and forth to wash his hands? Because he'll come back and he'll smell his fingers and go, still
If you go
smells like that."
downstairs, I bet John has a thing of Gojo that you could use.
Oh, get some Gojo.
Okay.
Feel
I'll
like
see.
a real
I'll
man.
learn what Gojo is.
It's soap that gets grease off your hands.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, it's real man soap.
Well, I am not.
Is it like
man.
lava and have the gritty stuff in it?
Yes.
Oh, I love lava. Lava, big fan of lava.
I never used lava. I was always a Gojo guy.
Yeah. Well, Gojo came along after lava. Lava gets grease out of your hands. The power of pumice. There's old commercial. 1620 in the zone.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Just couldn't help yourself, could you, Nick? You still had to put the outline around the helmets.
Yes. Because it's a white helmet. It blended into the background.
Well, that's Penn State's fault.
Yes.
That shouldn't be our fault.
But I still had to make up for it.
No, I see.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Happy Orange Bowl Day. Why are we working? It's a national holiday.
Get the
it's
oranges.
Orange Bowl Day. Oh, wait, it's January 9th. Which, again, points out the silliness of keeping the bowl games involved in this whole process. I mean, Orange Bowl should be on January 1st.
How long until they stop calling this the respective bowl game it used to be and then just replace one of the bowls during the bowl games with these names?
Well,
Kick out an old one. And then these are just playoff.
But then what would happen to the other ones?
until the people in the brightly colored blazers stop paying big bucks and the conference commissioners and school presidents don't drool over all the cool, fun golf outings, that's when you'll see those games go away.
I saw an ad for this weekend just talking about the games today and tomorrow, and they didn't mention the Orange Bowl or Cotton Bowl at all. They just said it's the football playoffs.
Semifinals for the playoffs.
Interesting.
That's what they didn't mention any of that.
Interesting.
Anywhere else.
Well, they will tonight. They will say, welcome to the whatever Orange Bowl.
It should be sun-kissed. I mean, that is
no,
orange.
I think make it FedEx.
I mean,
FedEx got nothing to do with oranges.
But it reminds me of being a kid.
Look at my thing. I have it on there.
Every sponsorship should be from when I was a child.
It's Capital One.
Capital One. Thank you, Nick. It should be the FedEx
Everything
Orange
should
Bowl.
be when I was a child. No sponsorships. It was just the Orange Bowl.
Hey, that'd be fine with me too. Tostitos Fiesta Bowl, the Nokia Sugar Bowl for some reason, and the Rose Bowl
Do they even
presented by
Nokia
PlayStation 2.
Does Nokia still exist? Or did it get
Brick phones?
Did it get bought out by
Probably got
one of
bought
the
out.
17?
Nokia's still around.
Probably got bought out.
Is it?
Yeah, no, they're still around. I don't know what
They
do.
were just the phone maker.
they're
weren't
on the stock market too.
They weren't the phone. They weren't the cell phone provider. They were just the maker, right?
Yes.
Like Motorola.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
They're from Finland too.
Finland.
Yeah.
Aren't we taking them over too?
Maybe.
Okay.
Oh, they partnered up with Microsoft.
Ah, I see. Well, welcome to the Grum.
Oh, they used to do toilet paper. They started out.
Who did?
Nokia. They used to make toilet paper.
And then they made phones?
It's like how you learned Nintendo used to make cards
They
before they did
did?
video games. Yeah.
Wow.
What do you mean cards?
There's like a
playing cards?
Yeah, but it's a very specific Japanese card game. I don't remember the name of it right now, but they used to make those cards.
I had no idea.
There you go. You learn something new every day, John.
Hanafuda?
Huh. Wow. Strange.
Hanafuda.
Well, we are here today on this Thursday. And boy, you talk about playoffs. It's big mega playoffs previews because it's not just college football playoffs, it's the NFL playoffs. Listen to this lineup.
Give it to me.
Aaron Schatz, FTN Fantasy.
Hell yeah.
NFL playoff talk here in
Yep.
That is correct.
That's the correct order.
That is correct because I had it turned around on my sheet.
Yeah.
So Aaron at 4.
Yep.
Parker Gabriel of the Denver Post coming up here in about 10, 15 minutes.
Badass.
From the Denver Post to talk about the Denver Broncos.
Parker.
Who are playing Buffalo this weekend in the AFC wildcard. Todd Furman will help us learn how to bet on all of these.
Awesome.
From the Bet the Board podcast. And Robin Washut, really nothing to do with playoff preview. But he is our regular Thursday.
Maybe we'll talk about Nebraska ball.
Maybe we'll get him to say one thing about anything about the playoffs, and it'll cap off the mega playoffs preview.
We can ask what he thinks about the Vikings having Daniel Jones on their roster.
He's going to laugh.
He probably will.
I bet he's just going to chuckle.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to sound like Brunts.
Ha!
Ohio State's got a plan for revenue share. Could it be a guidebook?
Could it be a guidebook?
Take your ball and go.
Where?
Here comes the takeover, kids.
Boy. Oh, boy.
And this is serving as our predictions day. Because,
On a Thursday?
well,
I'm
yeah.
starting to get confused about when predictions day is. It feels
Well,
like
it's-
it's whenever the hell John wants to do it.
No,
I get an email and I'm
it is-
like, I guess it's predictions.
No, it is moved around because...
To be fair, this is my idea, Nick, because we want to predict the playoffs, all the playoff games. And if we were to do it tomorrow, like, we got NFL still, like, we just have so many games. So now John and I can pick the games with you together, all of us as one.
Yeah.
Our powers combined.
I forgot John is gone tomorrow.
So is it a one beer Thursday? Yeah,
Can be.
it's because John's gone tomorrow.
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
I need to
It's
watch my
whatever
movie.
you
Jack
want to make
Mitchell is going to be
I
here
can't
tomorrow.
wait to hear Jack complain about my movie that he helped me pick.
Yeah, he does not seem to be a fan of the movie that he picked. Because I think, judging what he has told me,
Let me guess. The title of the movie is Double Dribble.
there is nice. There is some sort of historical inaccuracy that is bugging the crap out of him. That is what is annoying him
Oh,
about
the South
this.
wins this one.
No, John, it's straight out of Compton.
It's about NWA.
It's about a rap group, John.
Oh, so Ric Flair loses the
Nope,
world
not that
championship.
NWA.
Oh.
the one that Hulk Hogan would gladly say the full name.
Oh,
of.
he definitely, yeah, with a hard R.
Did you hear that he got booed out of the wrestling thing?
I did.
Yeah, he did.
Yep.
He did.
So yeah, Jack's going to join us tomorrow. John will be gone tomorrow,
He
so
will
that's
be.
why we're doing predictions today. And are we doing a One Beer Friday Thursday edition?
Yeah, why the hell not?
That
Let's
is
do it.
totally up to you.
I think I'm going to have a glass of bourbon tonight, so I'll stick away from the beer here at work. Yeah, got that nice bottle last night. I want to try it.
Stick a cube in there.
Oh yeah,
I'm an on the rocks guy.
oh yeah.
402-951-1620. It is the Hot Point Refrigerators hotline.
Nice.
Hot Point refrigerators.
Yeah, that's the refrigerator that's behind Elaine in this episode of Seinfeld. I just happened to see it.
Why wouldn't it be called Cold Point?
I don't know. Good point. But it's a Hot Point.
Hmm.
Do they still make Hot Point? Does Hot Point still make appliances?
Are they like Nokia?
Look it up.
Hmm.
It is
No idea.
It is an older refrigerator. I'm guessing they don't.
They have a website.
They have a website. If anyone has a Hot Point, congratulations.
Ownership
Get up
of
on
the
it.
brand is split between Whirlpool and it had rights to Europe, and Chinese company Haier,
they
which
got-
has rights in the Americas.
They got bought out.
And Turkish company, I can't pronounce that, which has rights in Russia.
Okay. That's the hotline, 402-951-1620. The JTech Construction Zone Twitter page is at USC1620.
Nice. Thanks
And-
again to JTech.
And the Equitable Bank inbox.
Smart.
John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com.
Wow.
At Equitable, we take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring.
Great to be back. Great to talk football. It's almost over.
What do you mean
We're all
great to-
getting
what do you
sad.
mean great to be back.
What do you
were
mean?
here-
We were gone
we've been-
20. We've been gone for 24
we've been
hours.
Here for the last 3 days.
Yeah, but we were gone for a day.
we were gone for 20 hours.
We're gone for 20 hours. It's nice to be back with my pals, John and Nick, talking about our broadcasting foibles. John, I walked in today. First of all, the first thing I noticed was, wow, that looks like a new hat. And then I was like, oh, that looks like a new hoodie. But then, most importantly, I noticed a Popeyes cup sitting on his desk, even though John talks trash about Popeyes all the time.
How many days ago did you put that order in the app?
All the time.
Do you believe in unicorns?
Oh, see, here we go. Now John is going to use their great service as a way to talk trash about them.
Do you believe in unicorns?
No.
Well, I do. Because I visited the one Popeyes where there was actually good service. Now, I'm not going to spill the beans on which location. I can tell you which one it's not. The one that's 3 blocks down the street.
I spent
Because
45
I was
minutes
told by
there
the nice lady who served me, please don't say anything about our good service. We'll get our franchise taken away by corporate. Because, it's part of Popeye's
policy.
corporate policy to have crappy service.
Mm.
But I did. I found the unicorn, the one Popeyes where I was served pleasantly, kindly, and swiftly.
Now, what did you say about the fries?
Fries are still trash.
Horrible take.
Popeyes fries are really good, John. You
No,
are wrong about that.
they just have a weird aftertaste to them.
No,
Weird aftertaste.
It's a good aftertaste.
No, it is not a good aftertaste.
It's a great aftertaste.
And it's also those
delicious.
battered fries.
I love battered
I don't like the battered.
That's what
fries.
I love battered fries, just in general.
Usually
I
I'm
love
actually
battered
kind of
fries.
out on them, but I do like theirs.
Well, you have to because you're part of the cult, and if you don't, they kick you out.
I have my own opinions, John. No one pays me to have these opinions about Popeyes.
Well,
Popeyes
that's your
wants
problem.
to pay me. I'm happy to endorse them, though. Josh Peterson here for Popeyes.
If this Popeyes location in the metro area would like to pay me to talk about their great service, because it was. Now, it also wasn't busy, so that helped.
How about this? A couple comments from Stibbs. First of all, he says, found out last night Old Man Doug blocked me. Wow. On Twitter? On the JTech Instructions on Twitter
Well,
feed?
Stibbs said something, and Doug probably took it personally.
Wait a minute. What could Stibbs have said? Stibbs doesn't tweet about banking.
That's true. That's a great point, John. So we got to figure out. We got to go back to find patient zero.
Yeah.
He also adds, I had Popeyes last night, and my order was done earlier than it said. They did forget the barbecue sauce, though. But he added, I have barbecue sauce, so worth it. Wow. That is the Popeyes that I know and love.
Yeah, they still screwed it up even when they were right.
Oh, man, they forgot barbecue sauce. Boo-hoo.
The customer is always right. If you order something and don't get it, that is on the store. But again, you cult people.
No?
Nope. Popeyes never said anything wrong.
No, they do. It's like me at the end of that broadcast last night.
They're
But for the most part, it's still
Josh,
really great.
They're not going to leave the store and come kill you. They're too damn lazy to do that.
I can't wait to have it next week. I'm having Popeyes next week. It's going to be a great day. It's going to be a great day.
You can have frozen peas, too.
Nice, Nick. Stibbs says, I'm sure it was some anti-Creighton takes. Has Stibbs said anything negative about the Blue Jays of Creighton?
Oh, I'm sure
Stibbs,
he does.
that's not how you
all the
spell
time.
Creighton.
Next time,
I'm sure he did.
next time Doug calls in, we're going to ask him about this.
I'm sure he did.
We're going to ask him about this. He's never, his great grandpa Stibbs played baseball for him.
That doesn't matter.
Remember he was like,
Stibbs got no loyalty. He don't care.
Did they play with wooden bats back then in college
Yes,
baseball?
they did.
Wow. Did
They
they,
didn't
wear
bring
rubber hats?
They didn't bring the aluminum until the 70s.
Oh, wow. I
They
didn't
were
realize
still probably
that.
playing with tree trunks back then.
Probably.
It could have been.
Look at that baseball.
Might have been, could have been, should have been.
Oh.
Did you see this? Did you hear about this?
Tell me
What?
more.
Javen Wright
Yes.
is back, folks,
Yes.
for a 7th season.
Dude. Okay.
7th season.
Can't keep getting away with this.
No. So, wow. When Nick is also on the Sun, it's time for you to get a job train. You know that you've gone a bit too far.
He will be the first ever known 7th-year player in program.
It starts to get weird once you reach a certain age. Why do you want to be in that environment? You're turning into that guy from Dazed and Confused.
You are.
All
He
right,
gets
all
older
right,
and his
all right.
quarterbacks stay the same age.
We got an email.
They're pooper, get off the pot.
We got an email from Money Chris a couple of days ago that kind of addressed this because, there's the talk of just having 5 years of eligibility.
Sure.
And he wrote, this is Money Chris, our correspondent from the SEC. At first glance, I would ask, what is the downside of opening it up to not include JUCO years and giving everyone 5 years plus medical hardship if someone gets hurt? Where's the downside? Who loses by this? So you could possibly end up with some older kids, in quotes, at school. If the school doesn't want them at some point, they can simply process them out. Would seem to me it helps the JUCOs because the players would be maybe more willing to go that route, since it wouldn't cut down on their eligibility. It would appear that you just give development programs more time to develop players, and you give players that weren't highly recruited out of high school a chance to develop in JUCO and then move on. I just don't see the downside. What am I missing? You know what the downside is? And this kind of
Downside of what?
of longer, more eligibility.
Yeah.
It just pushes everything back.
Yeah.
Because remember, we're now going into an era where there's going to be 105 guys on a roster, period. Nobody can have more than 105.
Mm-hmm.
And so you get more people that are going to stick around for a 5th year, a 6th year, a 7th year. That's less access to the kids that are leaving high school and wanting to get into college.
Yeah, it's funny in the NFL
to play for these programs.
It's the inverse because they want the players that are on the rookie deals because they're cheap service, and it's like, what's the most valuable thing? Having a quarterback on his rookie deal if he's good. In college, it's going to work the opposite, I think, where the value is going to be in a 4th and a 5th year player because they're more, they're a grown man who is able to compete, and it's going to be the younger players that I think might ultimately lose in this situation. Should they just make it 4 years and that's the cap?
I mean, honestly, I was fine with the 5-year window with the 5th year being a red shirt.
Yeah.
So you have 4 years of eligibility, but you got 4 in 5.
You can be at a school for 5, but you got to play 4.
Right.
You can only play 4.
I'm perfectly fine with that.
Look, I'm hoping once we get past COVID, because again, we still have another year of eligibility. That will be the thing that solves a lot of the problems. Is just, but
if we extend it now to 5 years, it's basically now it's like every year's a COVID year.
No, because in theory, COVID guys could have had 6 years because they could have
No,
had a free
I know,
year and a redshirt year.
But you still have, and remember, with roster limits, you're just kind of holding off those who are trying to get in.
Yeah, that's true.
Because not everybody gets to leave early for the NFL. The NFL only takes so many guys. There's roster limits there too. And they're not just going to take anybody. So that's what I would say is the downside. I mean, is there a downside? I mean, if Javen Wright feels comfortable being the 85-year-old guy in a room full of 20-year-olds, that's fine.
He's going to make more money playing college ball than he will anywhere else. And that's true. Like, that's the other weird part about it is you can make more in college than, unless you're like a CJ Stroud type player in the NFL.
Right.
You can make more money in college. He's going to get more money here than he probably will anywhere else in his career playing football.
Probably, but, if football's not going to be your vocation and it's not a lifetime job, unless you graduate into coaching or something like that, or front office or wherever. Again, you're holding off on embarking on what your real life is going to be.
Yeah, that's true.
Because there's a shelf
get a
life.
job.
There's a shelf life. This isn't WWE where you can wrestle into your 60s.
Yeah, no. If you have one more good year, maybe some local business owner's like, hey, I know that name, and then hey, maybe he hires you, and maybe it ends up working out for you in the long term too.
Maybe.
And you can hold on to the dream for one more year. Like, who am I to say don't hold on to that dream for one more year?
I guess.
Nick's holding on to that dream to be an FM radio DJ. And we're going to tell him.
I have been an FM radio DJ.
And you're still holding on to the dream of it. Hold on.
Yet
Nick.
you have never been able to utilize those FM radio credentials to get us into an FM radio studio.
Because you wouldn't appreciate it.
That we wouldn't appreciate a
we
larger
wouldn't
studio.
Appreciate a
that
better...
doesn't have heat blowing in our faces for 4 hours.
Yeah, half of Josh's face is melting
So
already.
the grease is dripping.
Yeah.
That other studio has an air conditioner that leaks all the time.
Nah, well,
you want to trade heat for wet?
Yep.
Where does it leak? On the floor?
Well, the wall into the floor.
Leaky walls.
Josh wears
floors.
galoshes.
Yeah, exactly. I'll get my boots.
He wears goulash?
Galoshes.
I haven't
Goulash.
had goulash in a while.
Goulash is crappy.
It's delicious.
Let's go to Parker.
Oh, stop.
Let's go to Parker.
You can't just leave on a terrible take like that. Parker Gabriel of the Denver Post will preview the Broncos this weekend in the AFC playoffs on 1620 The Zone.
Find when you know where to go. ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey there, Greg Wagner joining you from the Nebraska Game and Parks Commission. Time now for another Nebraska Outdoor Update. Well, it's time for hunting in Nebraska. In whatever game species you plan to hunt this season, remember safety first. And that means be sure of your target and background before you fire that shot. In a moment, ask yourself, is that a legitimate target? Is the bullet flight path clear? And what am I going to hit if I miss my shot? Be safe. Get more information about hunter safety education online through the Game and Parks website, Outdoor
Parker. 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 Parker.
Keep forgetting that we have this open for Parker.
Every time.
And I enjoy it.
It's very funny.
It's very good. It's one of Nick's best hits. He is Parker Gabriel of the Denver Post, who covers, of course, your AFC West runners-up, the Denver Broncos.
The runners-up to the runners-up.
Nah,
Remember, they finished behind.
Nah,
Go, Chargers, go.
we don't count them.
Okay.
We don't count them. Parker, how you doing?
Good. It's good to know that some things don't change.
Absolutely.
We try not to.
Absolutely.
Of course, we didn't develop that open until after you had left us here in Nebraska, right? Wasn't that the open you created? Yeah, it's the open he created after you left. So
Yeah, I think that's right.
Parker, how long have you been covering the Broncos now? Is this year 3? Or is this
Yeah,
4?
it feels like 15 years. I think it's been.
That first year was a rough one for you a couple of years ago. That was a bad Broncos team.
Yeah, they say it's covering the Broncos and covering Nebraska, and frankly, probably being a fan of either franchise too. It's sort of like you age in like dog years. So
yeah,
I'm basically as old as the ground, and I think this is my 3rd season covering the Broncos.
Wow. So this being the first one you've covered where they've had success, where they're going to the playoffs, and listen, we joke, but there's no city that loves its team like Denver loves its Broncos. I mean, just as passionate as the Kansas Cityans are about the Chiefs, Clevelanders are about the Browns, etc. Does the hype and the excitement in the community match what you thought it would be, given the fact that maybe they are just a little bit ahead of schedule? They've ridden this rookie quarterback into a postseason bid.
Yeah, definitely. I think it is. I mean, you see the excitement. You could feel the nerves and the sort of tightness of going into that game on Sunday, knowing that they had to win to get in the playoffs, even though 11-point favorites and Kansas City's not playing its guys and all that. But you just, you could feel the anticipation of, geez, I mean, not only the opportunity at hand, but also, I mean, frankly, how bad it would have been if they would have blown it. But then once they got off to the start and it was clearly a blowout, it was shaped up that way pretty early. Then there was this release too, and the celebration and all of that. And so, you feel it that way for sure. You feel it around town now, I think this week. And you get that sense of like, I remember this sort of happening like with Adrian Martinez when he was a freshman, but then obviously it's on an even bigger scale and at the next level and all of that of like, you see, Bo Nix sort of turn from, the great hope, obviously, to like being a staple of the franchise and a staple of the city in a matter of a few weeks, whether that's fair or not, warranted or not, whatever, it happens. And it's pretty wild to like watch, somebody sort of, even just from the outside, like walk that path or watch that happen to somebody. And then by extension, like happen, to this team that didn't have a lot of expectations and, now is playing the wild card round.
Yeah, Parker, along the lines of the expectations, obviously Sean Payton, very well respected, though, like the end of his tenure in New Orleans, while they were winning a lot of regular season games for the most part, playoffs results were mixed. They only went to the one Super Bowl and they won it, but that was 15 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how far ahead of schedule is this Broncos team, given the expectations that are attached to Sean Payton, but also that they had a rookie quarterback coming in that a lot of people were wondering about at this level?
Yeah, I think they're pretty far ahead. And it's interesting you say that about, the end of the New Orleans tenure. And obviously like Sean's done a good job here and now they're a playoff team. One of the things I thought was interesting when the Broncos were looking for their coach was that since 2011, Jim Harbaugh and Sean Payton have the same number of NFL playoff wins under their belt. It's just that Jim Harbaugh spent 9 of those years coaching Michigan. So it wasn't always pretty down the stretch in New Orleans there, but now they're ahead of schedule. They've got it turned around here. And I think honestly, like definitely a year ahead of schedule, maybe a little bit more than that. They had a really good free agent class. They had a good draft class. Obviously, it looks like, I I think it's too early to say whether Bo Nix is going to be a true upper echelon guy, but certainly he's a guy who they're building their future around now. And so, they went from being a team last year where it looked like maybe it was going to have to get worse before it got better, to sort of skipping all of that entirely and getting better. And now, then increased flexibility coming up over the next couple of years too, as Russell Wilson's money makes its way off the books, to a point where you look at it and you say, yeah, I mean, I think as far out as you look in any NFL life cycle, 3 or 4 years, the future looks pretty good for them.
So talking about Bo Nix a little bit more, Parker, and for those in Omaha maybe who aren't terminally online in terms of NFL discourse, can you explain what's been going on in the discussions and the debate surrounding the rookie quarterback? Because it does seem like from afar, as I've watched stuff, there's like this debate going on between the national folks that cover the sport and the fan base in terms of how good he is. And I wonder where you think he kind of falls within that debate with your own eyes.
Yeah, I mean, I think somewhere in between probably, which is maybe the most boring answer. But, I think you would be hard pressed to watch him. I mean, he went 10 weeks where he, I think, accounted for 23 or 24 total touchdowns, and he turned the ball over twice. I mean, that's doing some real work in the NFL. And, you had, and I think, at that point, there were still some national outlets and all that had him ranked 30th in the NFL or something like that. And you have to be watching with your eyes closed a little bit to say he's the 30th best quarterback in the NFL. But at the same time, I think the fact that there has not been success in Denver in a long time. There has not been high level quarterback play in Denver since, frankly, I mean, since Peyton Manning retired, but since before that, right? Because he was having a hard time throwing the ball, even though they won the Super Bowl that year. So it's been a long time since you've seen competent quarterback play, let alone high quality quarterback play. And so I think fans go too far and, oh, he's the franchise, he's this and that, he's the rookie of the year, so on and so forth. I mean, I think all of that's probably a little bit overblown at this point, especially when you look at this guy could play the next decade as the third best quarterback in his own division, and he could be pretty good. I mean, but when you've got Patrick Mahomes and Justin Herbert, I'm not saying the Broncos are going to the Super Bowl, but legitimately the quarterbacks that stand between them and the Super Bowl, if you just take the most likely opponents in the playoffs, are Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, and then Lamar Jackson. I mean, that is you're talking about a different level entirely than from where Bo Nix is right now. So he's played well. He's doing a lot of good things. I think there's a lot of room for growth. And also, I think it's fair to say that he's somewhere in the middle of the pack in a really good era of quarterback play in the NFL.
Parker Gabriel, the Denver Post, not to keep this all on Bo Nix, but obviously he was, of all the rookie quarterbacks, probably overlooked a little bit. Certainly he wasn't expected to be one of the top of the rookie quarterbacks when the draft concluded last May. But obviously he has stepped up. He has played very well. And the relationship between coach and quarterback, obviously, It worked very well for Peyton and Breeze, got along famously, and they had a lot of success together. How have you seen the evolution of this relationship between Peyton and Breeze? Because I remember earlier this year, there was press conference where maybe they weren't on the same page. There was a little bit of yelling on the sidelines during one early season game. How have you seen that relationship evolve?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's been good from the start. And I think that, heart of hearts, Sean Payton wants that. He wants a fiery competitor, a guy who's going to bark back. He obviously also wants to get his way, and he's in charge. But he said at the time that he loved that, and I'm not sure he loved that it became a conversation, after a game. But in general, that's the kind of player that he wants. And I think honestly, probably guys at this point, I think they still have the governor on a little bit, right? Bo's still a rookie. He's a smart kid. He picks up a lot, but I don't think you've seen the full, Sean Payton playbook. And I think also he's come maybe a little bit further. I think it'd be easy to say he's come further than he was willing to with Russell Wilson. But just further, I think maybe than I thought he might in terms of doing some of the things that Bo Nix is comfortable with. Some of the RPO stuff, some of the motion stuff, that hasn't really always been in Sean Payton's bag. And yet, right around maybe week 6 or week 7, they started doing a little bit more of that, more play action, more of the RPO stuff, and it's worked pretty well for them. And so Sean, he loves Bo Nix. Like it's clear when you listen to him talk about the guy. And they feel like they've got a chance to go on a run here where they're really good together for a long time.
Parker, other side of the ball, I'm curious as to what you make of this Broncos defense. Like the counting stats look pretty solid for them, but when they played some of the better offenses like Baltimore back on November the 3rd, I mean, Browns aren't a great offense, right? They're a horrible team, but even they put up 32 points, and we saw what the Chargers and Cincinnati, though that took overtime, did against them over the last month. All of that to then lead into, of course, going against Josh Allen in this Buffalo offense. Like, how tough is it going to be for that side of the ball, given what you have seen from them against the better competition this year?
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge challenge, obviously. I honestly think, that Denver has one of the better defenses in the NFL. Obviously there's been some leaky moments. It's kind of funny though, when you look at it, it's like, okay, who have they struggled against? Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, and Justin Herbert. Okay. Like, I think it's sort of that simple, right?
Yep.
Like if you can run the ball, throw the ball, you have good skill talent and an all-world quarterback, you've given the Broncos trouble. And so I think you can say they're one of the better defenses in the league. I also think you can look at Buffalo and say, 1, 2, 3, there you go. They've got all the ingredients. So it's going to be tough. They play, I would say, maybe sort of a unique style of defense where they play a ton of man coverage, and they're just like they want to play aggressive. They want to challenge you man to man. They want to play some zero. They want to blitz a lot. And the problem is when you play balanced offenses and quarterbacks that can beat you in a lot of different ways, like Josh Allen can, you end up feeling like, gosh, should we sit back and play a little more zone? Should we do this and that? And that's not their best arrow, but it's one that they've sort of gotten boxed into playing against the really good quarterbacks. And so, to me, the question of the game is, can they get home with 4? Can they rattle Josh Allen? He's only been sacked 14 times this year. If they can do that stuff, they've got a real puncher's chance. If they can't, and they're forced to sit back and play a little more basic and all of that, then I think they're probably in for a long day.
Parker Gabriel, the Denver Post. Last year, Denver did beat Buffalo in Buffalo on Monday night, but that was on a night where Josh Allen was in a very giving mood. He threw 4 interceptions, and so far, no one's really been able to find that kryptonite for Allen this season. Are there things from last year's defensive effort that are replicable on Sunday?
I don't really think so. I mean, some of it's like, sure. I mean, you're going to try to take the ball away and all that, but last year they forced 4 turnovers, and the Bills would have won if they wouldn't have had too many men on the field when the Broncos missed a field goal at the end of the game. So that's, I think, more than are there things you can repeat the recipe? Maybe, but to me, it really actually speaks more to the idea of you can have almost everything go your way in that stadium against that team and still lose. And so that easily could have been Denver last year. I mean, listen, if they force 3 or 4 turnovers, sure, they're in great shape, but I wouldn't bank on history repeating itself in that regard.
Do you expect Josh Allen to play keep away from Patrick Surtain as they did last year? And how do you think Denver deploys Surtain? Will they put him on one guy? Will they just put him on a side? Will they try to mix things up? How do you think they'll deploy Surtain on Sunday?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I think probably a little bit of both. They love obviously when a team's got sort of an alpha true number 1, they like to put Pat on that guy. Now that's obviously a little bit of a different story with this version of the Bills. I thought it was interesting. It was a throwaway game. It didn't matter. None of the main guys for Kansas City are playing. And even still, one of the things about that happened is on 3rd down, they had Pat Surtain on Justin Watson, who the Broncos had clearly identified as this is the guy they're probably going to try to throw the ball to on 3rd down. And so I think you could see a situation in which, maybe they're playing more sides, or Pat Surtain is guarding, Shakir, or maybe, the rookie Coleman or whatever. But on 3rd down, it's Kincaid or something like that. I don't obviously know that, but I think lacking a Jamar Chase or a whatever, I think you'll maybe see them do a little bit more of, situationally, where do we think the ball's going, and have number 2 in that spot.
Parker, the weather, of course, in Buffalo, always a story, especially with how lake effect snow can go from like, oh, yeah, there might be a little bit to that weird Sunday night game against the 49ers, a month and a half ago. What do we know about the forecast as of right now, knowing, of course, a lot can change before Sunday?
Yeah, we know Lake Erie is right by the stadium, and therefore it snows a lot. Like, I don't think that is changing. Other than that, right now it says 30, snow on Saturday night, maybe lingering into Sunday morning, 30 degrees, light wind. That would be fine. But obviously, you're always prepared for the lake effect curveball up there.
We will find out Sunday afternoon. It'll be the first game of 3 on Sunday as the Broncos travel to Buffalo for Denver's first appearance in the AFC playoffs in quite some time.
Mm-hmm.
It was how many quarterbacks ago?
Oh my gosh. It's like the Buffalo Bill or the Browns jersey. 14?
Yeah, 14. I think Bo's the 14th since Peyton Manning.
Wow.
Damn, they were on pace to beat Cleveland at one point.
They really were. They really were.
Well, I think this has the potential of all the games this weekend, upset possibility. Josh, your Bills pilled, but
yeah, I'm shaking my head, Parker. Sorry to the Broncos faithful.
I'm taking Buffalo, but hey, I think it. I mean, if it was a competitive game in the fourth quarter, it wouldn't shock me.
We'll find out.
Mm-hmm.
Parker, thanks.
Thank you, Parker.
You bet. Hey, I don't get to say this on his show anymore, so shut up, Sipple.
There you go.
There it is. Parker
Perfect.
Gabriel.
Thank you, Parker.
Denver Post.
Yeah, we'll save that. We'll play that for him on Tuesday.
Shut up, Sipple.
He said it early. This team is ahead of schedule, at the very least by a year and maybe more. Now, certainly a win, and you are way ahead of schedule. But I think even a good showing here is a building block for the future. Sean Payton is a solid coach. He is one of those. I mean, really, and this is not bringing up the team, it's bringing up the man. I've said that he is Mike McCarthy with better PR. And until he is able to break through again, I think that is what he is. The thing that I think is more impressive about what he has done versus what we have seen from McCarthy maybe the last half decade is that he is doing this with a rookie quarterback in year 2. And Parker said it. They still have the Russell Wilson stuff on the books. Like, what happens when that is suddenly off of it? You always wonder about these coaches who take a year away from the game. Does it rejuvenate them? What are they doing? McCarthy wasn't on TV. Sean Payton was. As they're watching the league, as they're studying the league, what are they learning? You have a really good defensive coordinator. But when they played good offenses, they've really struggled. And I mean, sometimes, a complicated game can be simple of like, are you playing one of the best quarterbacks in the league? Well, when they have this year, they've really struggled. Outside of the Chiefs game back in, October or November, outside of that game, they have struggled against those really good quarterbacks, the Burrows, and especially, Lamar and Baltimore destroyed them. So, it's tough. That said, every game that Buffalo plays, they have just an insane amount of pressure on them because they have not had that breakthrough. And so we've seen it, right? We see weird stuff happens where the team that has all that pressure suddenly is struggling at home and their fans are getting a little antsy. We'll see what happens.
You say that McCarthy is,
Sean Payton.
Payton is McCarthy with better PR.
Yeah.
But the one thing that Payton has had an opportunity to do is to try to build his next quarterback, whereas McCarthy's never gotten a chance really with a rookie quarterback.
That's true. Because he was on the 49ers staff that drafted Alex Smith so that he inherited Aaron Rodgers. And then, wherever he's at now, he had probably inherited that quarterback, whoever that is and wherever that is.
Yes, wherever that is and whatever that is, but never had a chance. So this is Payton getting a second lease on life. And so far, it seems to be working.
Yeah, it's worked out well so far.
And we'll see how this year goes, and then if they can build off of whatever happens this year, next year, because they should be in good. Denver should be in good position. This division should be in really good position to challenge the Chiefs for that long-held supremacy. Because the Chargers obviously did better than they were expected to this year, and they've got a building block with a coach who has playoff experience, and you've got Peyton and. Now they feel like they have their quarterback. They already had a pretty good defense.
Yep. That's why, dude, the hiring that the Raiders make is so important because you are competing with guys who have won the Super Bowl in Peyton and Reed, and then another guy who's been to a Super Bowl. They all have young quarterbacks of varying levels. I mean, Mahomes, I guess, do we call him young anymore? He's been around for so long. He's won 3 Super Bowls.
He's in his prime years.
Yeah, and
he's
then
in his prime years.
Herbert is younger than that, entering those prime years, and then you have obviously the youngest of them all in Herbert. Like, that is a tough division to enter into.
Yeah, it is.
Know? And so they have to nail this, and they probably won't because they're the Raiders. That's not what they do.
No, that is not what they do.
Mm-hmm.
Coming up, they're saying the quiet part out loud.
What?
We'll explain when we come back on 1620 The Zone. Well, as we are about 3 hours away from kickoff of one of the 2 semifinals in the college football playoff, the folks who run college athletics, some of whom I wonder if they actually have a college degree.
Got him.
I mean, they do. I just wonder if they've actually applied it. They certainly haven't applied a whole lot of common sense.
Got him.
But according to a report from Ross Dellinger, the 4 power conferences, the SEC, the Big Ten, the Big 12, and the ACC, are putting together a proposal to continue to remake the governance of college sports and remake the NCAA structure and championship structure. I'll read from his report. The proposal, a collaboration of the 4 power leagues, would grant those leagues the rights to manage postseason championships, such as the men's and women's basketball tournaments, assuming control over events that have long been operated by the NCAA. The proposal is described only as a, quote, working document and is not a complete or approved product. But the ship has left the proverbial port, if you will. And this, of course, going along with everything else that has transpired in the world of college athletics. But this has been long wondered, because the one thing that does keep the NCAA going, as the NCAA we know, is the fact that they run all the championships, with the notable exception of the college football playoff, which they have never run. They have never run the FBS national championship. It's one of those odd things about college sports. If you tried to explain it to someone who's never understood the American college sports structure, that would
they'd be baffled by that, and like everything in college football. Really.
Yes, everything.
The
but
European mind couldn't comprehend it.
I saw this video.
There's a lot of American minds that can't.
This is besides the point for a moment, but I saw this video when I was in college of this British guy, some journalist coming over and going to, like, he went to a game at Jordan-Hare for Auburn, and he was very confused as to the size and scope of the stadium and that it was for amateurs. He couldn't understand why that many people. So, like, the fact that we care that much about amateur sports to begin with is something that is very foreign
and
to foreigners.
Let's face it, it's no longer amateur.
No, well, yeah, for sure, if it ever was.
The document, according to Dellinger, indicates a clear direction from the SEC, Big 10, Big 12, and ACC. They want an expansion of their previously existing autonomous legislative powers, not only for rulemaking and policy decision, but for NCAA championships as well, controlling concepts like the tournament format, revenue distribution, and the selection committee process. Mm-hmm. Basically, what they want is to take over these events and say, we need more for us and less for everybody else.
So I'm happy you went right there, because there is someone that I would say is very plugged in to the local and national scene, who I, will often talk about this stuff with. This person has been telling me for a couple of years now, like, just watch. Kind of predicting this type of stuff. And so I sent him the story. I said, hey, here's, what you've alluded to for a while. And he responded, it's going to happen. And this is going to matter locally. Football first, basketball next, then baseball. In his opinion, he says CWS will be a shell of itself in the next 5 to 10 years. It'll be a Division II level tournament of northern schools, while the power conference schools committed to baseball will be playing their own championship in Atlanta. Greg Sankey is driving this. So, I know that you might hear that and you think, yikes, that sounds...
Yeah, that's bringing it right here into our own backyard. I mean, obviously,
Correct.
A lot of the focus nationally on a story like this is going to be about the men's basketball tournament and, to a lesser degree, the women's basketball tournament. Mm-hmm. But we're talking the College World Series. We're talking volleyball.
Correct. We're not just talking about football and men's basketball.
Right. And as women's sports continue to grow in terms of popularity and their ability to make money on their own, all of this being taken under one umbrella certainly changes a lot of things.
Yeah, and it's funny, too, because in the story, there were quotes from Sankey and Jim Phillips about, Phillips called this.
Oh, no, we want to keep the magic.
Phillips, national treasure. He remains adamant in access for all leagues. But then I got to Yormark, your favorite commissioner, Rep. Yormark, the commissioner of the Big 12. I'm reading the Dellinger story. He calls the proposal part of a, quote-unquote, complete review of the entire model and a necessary modification to provide greater authority to the power leagues. Here's a direct quote he gave in a statement. We have no desire to compromise what makes college athletics so special.
Wink, wink.
But instead, we want to make necessary adjustments to reflect where the industry is going. So I was with you. I read those quotes. The other ones is very flowery from Sankey and Phillips. But then I thought that Yormark kind of cut to it while, again, not going all the way. But that but, man, it always stands out when somebody is like, la-di-da-di-da, I love everything, but, and couldn't help but think about that. And then, what this source has been telling me for, a few years about what's going to happen.
Here's another couple of paragraphs from Dellinger's story on Yahoo Sports. The moves have more rapidly grown a gulf between the 4 richest conferences in college athletics and everyone else. Already separated by massive resource and money gaps, the two groups, some believe, are nearing an untenable situation, roaring towards an eventual divorce. Says one FCS leader,
Yes.
quote, "This could be a real fight over the future of what college athletics looks like. At some point, we're going to have to call their bluff and say, take your ball and go. It seems to me we are increasingly closer to that happening."
That was another one that stood out to me as well.
So this is, I mean, when we talk about the impact, and it's always been about football. It's always been about, well, what happens if we create a super league?
Mm-hmm.
And my biggest pushback has been, what is it going to do to all the other sports? Well, you're seeing this is the trailer behind the ox that's pulling the cart. This is the cart behind the ox, right? The ox is football, right? That's driving everything. And it sounds like the power conferences want to bring all the other sports with it. And going back to what you talked about through your source, and I've heard similar things where, and remember, in baseball, there is no doubt which conference is the best conference in baseball. It is the SEC.
And what region is the best?
And what regions are the more region?
Because it's them and the ACC
is the best.
Yeah.
And if you're one who, and listen, we all remember what 2020 was like when there wasn't a College World Series and how much that hurt.
Oh yeah.
But if there's serious talk, and remember, baseball's not driving any of this. But if you start to cede the power of just governing NCAA sports over to the major conferences, well, what's going to happen? The Big Ten is probably going to take a little bit more control over hockey. SEC doesn't care about hockey.
No.
ACC doesn't care about hockey. But Big Ten will probably take a little control over that. Baseball will probably run more into the control of the SEC and to a lesser extent the ACC and the Big 12 because those conferences have had some success. Probably more ACC than Big 12. But you'll start to see a lot of those sports really kind of divide and go their own way because those sports are never going to be cash cows on a national basis. They're not. But they are cash cows, or can be. They can make money for the SEC programs. That's why you have, skyboxes and condominiums built outside of SEC ballparks.
Yeah, they're just not making football money, but they're
not making football money,
money.
But they have poured resources in just as similar as some Big Ten schools have poured resources into hockey.
Yeah.
And they can make that sport make money for them. And the problem with that is if those conferences kind of start to say, okay, well, this will be our sport over here and we'll do something with this, the potential of losing control over the College World Series. Because remember, Omaha's contract is with the NCAA. If the NCAA no longer is in charge of the College World Series, there's no longer a contract. And if the SEC is like, hey, we've enjoyed you, Omaha, but why are we sending our teams up there when we can play games in our own backyard?
Yeah.
For the national championship.
Yeah.
So
we don't need you involved. Why would we have you involved?
So as much as we talk about the men's basketball tournament, obviously the impact on that would be tremendous because we already know these leagues who get a lot of bids anyway would want even more bids or would want to change the format as they have been lobbying for in the college football playoff to benefit them and get more tournament shares for them. So where does that leave leagues like the Big East? Who do not have football?
No.
I mean, it could shut out or push more to the side parts of the country that do enjoy and want basketball, but don't have that football component pulling it along.
And not enough time to get into this question before Robin, but what do they think that everyone's just going to stick around and watch these things? Like if you cut off so much of the country,
that's what they're banking on.
I don't understand.
That's what they're banking on.
I mean, I know we always talk about
the big brands.
Yeah, but
this is why people watch.
Why do people watch the NCAA tournament? At the end, it's for the big brands. But why do they watch the early part? Why does it make the money? Why does it do the Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday stuff? Because we like the little guys and the Cinderellas and the upsets. Take that away, you take the soul away.
Trust me, they don't think about that. They give lip service to it, as there were some quotes in this story.
They're missing out.
But they'll be just, hey, people will get used to seeing Baylor and Maryland playing for 8 versus 9 game, and they'll be fine with it.
Good luck. It's a sport that already is like lost interest over the years as people tune away because it's not the college basketball they grew up with. Do this and see what happens. Don't think it's going to work out like they think.
So again, this is all just in the talking phase, but we know where this is going.
Mm-hmm.
We know where this is going. It's only a matter of time.
Yeah.
Just like it's only a matter of time until Robin Wash it. Just a couple of minutes.
I was going to say, this matter of time will be closer than the other matter of time.
Thankfully.
Yes. This will be a fun matter of time.
Yes. Well, I mean, they did lose to Iowa, so how much of that is that?
Well, maybe they'll beat Purdue.
And there's Purdue coming up.
They beat them last
year. Who's like
year.
a better version of Iowa.
Yeah, remember they beat Purdue last year? They stormed the floor. Storm that court. Storm that puppy.
Josh, this game is in West Lafayette.
Yeah.
It's not in Lincoln.
That's true. I forgot.
It's a little different.
16-20
zone.
Robin Wash it.
Blissful ignorance, I think, it could be an advantage here.
Robin Wash it.
Yeah, I'm a ball guy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be absolutely huge. Hey.
Wash it. Wash it's good. Wash it.
Now wash it real good.
Wash it. Wash it's good. Wash it.
I am not implying in any way, shape, or form that our next guest is old.
Whoa.
But I have to ask Robin Washit of Husker Online, how did you take to the news today that your classmate, as you both entered UNL at the same time, you and Javen Wright, is getting another year of eligibility?
Ha!
Yeah, I believe I was a freshman when he was turning this his first round as a senior. So good to see that he's really letting it play out.
Yes. I mean, and he has gone through a lot. He has had a lot of injury hardship. So, we kid, but I was reminded of Tommy Boy when he
A lot of people go to college for 7 years.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're called doctors. Mhm.
Well, I look forward to having Dr. Wright take care of, my foot issues when I'm
perfect.
when I'm injured,
Mhm.
whatever he's majoring in. The other night, obviously, things weren't great in the second half. What did you see there up close? Because the first half, they held Iowa, Nebraska basketball did, to its second lowest first half point total of the season. So things were clicking along, and they were clicking along early in the second half. What was it that you saw that made the difference between the first, let's call it 25 minutes of the game and the last 15, not counting overtime?
Well, I mean, simply put, Iowa started making the three-pointers that they missed in the first half, and once they saw a few of them go in, that's kind of what their MO is, especially at Carver Hawkeye. When, they get a little bit of a run going, they can completely run you out of the gym with their shooting at all five positions. And, unfortunately, as well as Nebraska did outside of Josh Dix through the first half, things kind of avalanched on them when Stanford got going. And, really just the transition of Iowa's offense. They were playing at such a high tempo. And so there was an issue where I was making shots, and I gave them confidence. Nebraska was missing a bunch of shots, including a bunch of free throws, which I think impacted their confidence, not just shooting the ball, but I think it affected their effort defensively to where they weren't getting back in transition at the same sense of urgency that they did at the beginning of the game. And that allowed Iowa to get out and run and set up all those kind of trailer three-pointers and, drive and kicks to the corner that they just feasted on Nebraska over the final 15 minutes or so. So, it's kind of a combination of things where, Iowa did Iowa things. They're the number one scoring team in the Big Ten, one of the top scoring teams in the country for a reason. But I think that also carried over to Nebraska not playing with the same type of focus and I guess maybe want to use the word defensively that they did so well with for the first 25 minutes or so of the game. So it just kind of a perfect storm of everything that needed to happen for Nebraska to blow an 18-point second half lead. It happened, and it was on both ends of the floor.
Yeah, Robin, it kind of got lost in it because of the second half and how they built the lead to 15 points. But how impactful was the end of the first half and how Iowa was able to chip away just enough? They were still trailing when they went into the half, but Nebraska doesn't score for the last however many minutes, and Iowa cuts the lead to 3.
Yeah, scoring drought and a couple bad turnovers there in the final minutes that allowed Iowa to kind of get a little bit of mojo back. But that part of it kind of got erased early in the second half, where there was a timeout. I think when Nebraska did go up 15, where Fran McCaffrey called a timeout, and you just saw like this dejection on Iowa's bench, where everybody's shoulders and heads were down. Nobody was really talking or looking up. Fran was just like staring at everybody. Like it was kind of one of those like, wow, this could be the the breaking point for Iowa basketball this season. Just looking at kind of where they were from a morale standpoint. Then, from that point on, Iowa responded and Nebraska didn't. So, the end of the half didn't help, but that's just one of many things that Nebraska failed to do to put that game away when they had a chance. And that's probably the most frustrating thing of all. Yeah, losing that game, it is what it is. It's a Big Ten road loss. Those are hard to get. And I know Nebraska was an underdog going into that game. But the way that it happened and the opportunity Nebraska had to get a Big Ten road win, which are gold on your NCAA resume when it comes tournament time, that's just a massive missed opportunity. So it didn't really hurt them at all in the metrics. Like they dropped, 3 spots in the net. They actually jumped a spot from 29 to 28 in the Bart Torvik rankings. So like the from the big picture standpoint, it really didn't do much to derail Nebraska's path. But, when it comes to Selection Sunday and you're looking over Nebraska's resume, having a win in your one matchup against Iowa in Iowa City, where they're hard to beat there, could have gone a long way. So it's just more frustrating than anything that, Nebraska, for the better part of that game, was the better team. They just didn't play like it when it mattered the most.
You're right. It doesn't hurt the metrics, which you're just looking at. Hey, we're just looking at this season, but we all know what the reputation has been of Nebraska, especially the last couple of years. Killer at home. Can't be beat.
Yep.
Go on the road. Things like this happen. And certainly that reputation didn't improve from Tuesday night. But I'm curious, seeing how it went down and seeing this team as you have up close, are there signs that this poor Big Ten road reputation is about to change?
Well, I think it helps too that they do have 2 true road wins already on their resume.
Right.
So the fact that they couldn't say that a year ago. They the road was not kind to them basically from start to finish, and so to go to Creighton and win, to go to Hawaii and win, that's a hard place to play. Just given all that comes with playing at Hawaii, and so that they at least prove to themselves that they can win away from Pinnacle Bank Arena. But when it comes to the Big Ten wins, those carry a lot more weight in the grand scheme of things for Nebraska's season. And, I think that's partly something they got to work or deal with these next few days, coming off that Iowa game and leading up to Purdue is, this can't be another deal where, Nebraska is once again that team that is top 10 in the country at PBA and then can't beat anybody once they leave Lincoln. And that's, I think, one of the things Jawan Gary was really hammering home after that Iowa loss was, he said, I'll be damned if this is going to be a repeat of last season where, we can't beat anybody on the road. So that's, I think, something that they are very aware of. And, you would hope that with the veterans they have in place, they might be able to respond a little bit better. But the other thing you got to keep in mind, too, is, they lost that Big Ten road game at Iowa, but it took, like I said, a just ridiculous sequence of events for it to happen, and they lost in overtime. Like, if they make one more free throw, Bryce Williams wins it in the end of regulation, and all of a sudden we're talking about what a great win it was. So, that I think shows you that that they should have won that game. They were more than capable of winning that game, but now the hurdle for them is to close it out, and that's probably the most concerning part about it is all the things they had done so well to that point in the season in terms of finishing games and dominating at the free throw line and playing really high level defense from start to finish. Those things kind of fell apart on them when it mattered the most, on the road. So they get another chance to try to change the course back the right direction here on Sunday. But I think again, it's going to be one of those deals where you don't put too much stock into that loss, but I think it could be one of those what if type games, when you're really weighing out Nebraska's postseason resume.
And Robin, I know you can't ignore the name on the front of the jersey, and you can't ignore the building you're going to. But from a stylistic standpoint, is it a good thing that Nebraska is facing a version of Purdue that's very similar to Iowa? They shoot the three like crazy, and when they get hot, that's how they win.
I mean, it's good in the sense that it's fresh in their memory, and the scout probably isn't going to change all that much. But they also gave up a whole bunch of threes and got lit up by a very similar style. So Nebraska's defense is at its best when there's a dominant post player that they can eliminate. And
you don't say.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's a reason they beat Purdue last year because they took Zach Edey out of the game and Purdue's shooters couldn't shoot. And so, I mean, that's their formula. Iowa just said, you know what? We're not even going to bother getting the ball in the paint. We're just going to have everybody stand on the 3-point line and, run transition and jack threes, and it won them the game. And so you would think Purdue's probably going to be like, well, Nebraska's not going to let us, have a traditional post game. We're going to play 5 out, and they have the shooters to do the same thing that Iowa did. And in that arena, they are just like Nebraska at PBA. They are extremely hard to beat at Mackey. Nebraska has never won there, and so they have quite a test on their hands. But I guess to your point, the film that they're going to watch coming off that Iowa game, what they experienced at Carver Hawkeye, that will be fresh in their memories when they head out to Mackey. And you would hope that might aid them in correcting some of the critical mistakes they made down the stretch.
Robin, one more from me. Free throws. Was that reverting to the mean bad night? Because I know that there'd been a lot of kind of celebration about where they were going into it.
Yeah, I would just chalk it up to a bad night just because that's been such an outlier.
Yeah.
I mean, compared to the rest of the season. They've been really good at the free throw line, shooting well over 70% as a team. But, that being said, that's the type of game that and the type of X factor that can be the difference between winning and losing. Again, if Nebraska just makes a couple more free throws, they went 12 of 22. If they go 14 of 22, then they win the game. And it's as simple as that. So, you'd hope that that's something that doesn't continue, because for Nebraska to be successful, that is such a critical part of what they do offensively, just because they don't really have the firepower that an Iowa does, or maybe even a Purdue has, especially from the perimeter. So they have to manufacture points with their physicality. And they've done a really good job of that, not only getting to the line, but converting once they get there. And that must be a staple of what Nebraska does offensively, especially in these daunting road environments that they're facing.
Robin Wash at HuskerOnline.com. Of course, the theme of the show today, we've got so much playoffs going on. We got the college football playoffs starting tonight. We've got NFL this weekend. Do you have any, I don't care which game, I don't care which league, do you have any playoff takes?
I am looking to see if I can get a deal on one of those foam cheese heads, because I'm full Packer mode. That's basically and then Tampa Bay. I'm going to just be full blown Baker Mayfield because I just need the division to lose. Because when your team doesn't do anything in terms of any remote on field success, you have to root for the failures of your rivals. And so I'm fully on Eagles lose, Commanders lose. That's my Super Bowl. So go Pack, go. I don't even know what the Buccaneers theme is.
I believe it's R.
Yeah, R.
Something like that.
R. So that's where I am right there. I'm just going into.
Hey, let's throw in the Steelers losing too, Robin, and just have a nice little trifecta of pain for all those teams.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I mean, Robin, the good news is I know you're rooting against two NFC East rivals. There's another NFC East rival that has already exceeded your expectations in terms of failing.
Wow.
But I can't say their name because we're not allowed to talk
Robin,
about them.
John's not allowed to bring them up, and
you should not be allowed to wear that hat because
you're the one bringing up the hat. It's just a guy on a horse.
It's just a
guy on a horse.
It's just a guy.
You're drawing attention to him, so you're the one bringing them up again.
I'm not bringing them up.
Rent free, baby.
Yes. That team losing can live rent free in my head for life.
Robin, I'm with you on the Packers, man. We need go Pack go. Give me one of those stupid hats. I'll wear one. I'll wear one with all the Packer dorks.
Yeah, for that one day,
yes.
I'll embrace my inner cheese.
Yeah.
All right.
Now I'll root for the Lions. Head over heels next week.
All right. Robin, thanks.
Same.
Bye, Robin.
Yeah, see you guys.
Robin Washer, HuskerOnline.com.
I can't wear clothes now, John.
Nope. Take
I mean, we have 5 shirts.
We said we weren't good. I mean, you are
just a hat.
Take it off.
No,
I'll trade you.
No, I don't want a hat from your head. What's been going on over there?
It's a good head. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I don't believe you.
I have a great head.
Text from the 785.
What's the 785?
Kansas.
Oh, Kansas.
Nebraska
Your toll roads
basketball.
suck.
Before the season started and we were looking at the schedule, specifically the conference schedule, I think everyone would be elated to be 2-2 after the first 4 conference games. Michigan State, Indiana, UCLA, Iowa. Couldn't agree more. I think 2-2 would have been very much appreciated. It's funny. Well, not funny, but it's whatever. It is what
funny,
it is.
haha.
That they, their 2 losses are like the exact opposite ends of the pain spectrum. One is almost 40 points. The other, you were up by 15 and you went to overtime. But yeah, 2-2, it's where you would have wanted to be.
Yeah, it's always interesting when you look at it that way.
That's how I would look at it. That's how I would look at it.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's a positive way of looking at it.
Yeah, they're where we thought they would be. Or where you wanted them to be.
boys.
It's just that they ended up having a better non-con, I think, than anyone expected. Only losing one game.
Is Mr. Aaron joining us in the StreamYard?
Yes. He'll be on in 10 minutes.
Straight up at 4 p.m. Central Time.
He's punctual. I'm guessing we're going to see his little avatar pop up at 3:58.
Well, the good news is we're going to take this break right now. We'll be back and we'll
reset.
We'll chit-chat a little bit more.
Talk some NFL playoffs.
And then as soon as Aaron pops up in the green room, we'll bring him in and we will talk NFL playoffs.
Gosh,
with our chief analytics officer for FTN Fantasy. As we preview the National Football League playoffs.
Nice.
And still to come, we'll take a look at tonight's game and tomorrow's game. Between the final quartet of teams. We're not allowed to say the well, you know what? Screw them. They're trying to take it away from us anyway. The final four teams in the college football playoff.
It's like when you said dildo yesterday.
Josh.
Mute it. Final four.
What do I do?
The final four dildos.
Well, I mean, a lot of people around here that don't have a lot of love for any of these teams. So
That's a great
if
point.
you were to call them that, I think
It
a
would
lot of
fit.
folks would say, you know what? The shoe fits, or in this case,
stop.
Well, it does. They make them to fit.
That's skirting a line.
There's no line.
There's no line.
We don't line step here. That's the old guy.
No, we already crossed it.
He used to step. He used to be the line stepper all the time.
Talking about
The old
Kugler?
guy. Yeah, the old guy.
Kevin Kugler?
Kevin didn't step over the line. He flew over it, overshot it
And
by
look at
about
what he's doing
200
now.
yards.
He's the voice of the NFL. He can do whatever he wants. Look
Yeah.
at us. We can do whatever we want to.
What if the NFL has ever heard any of the old Kevin and Michael USCs?
Oh, trust me. I'm sure in those owners' meetings, they say things that make Kevin blush.
Yeah. Well, John Gruden is trying to get back into the league.
Exactly.
That guy said some words.
He did say some words.
Oh, yeah.
All right, NFL playoff preview to come. 1620 The Zone. Aaron Schatz to join us from FTN Fantasy in just a moment to preview the NFL playoffs. Will he have a good forecast or a bad forecast? If you happen to have one of the teams that's playing this weekend, I got to do the math. 12 of the 14 teams are playing this weekend. Only the Chiefs and the Lions sit at home awaiting what comes next. Question for you before Aaron joins us. He'll be in the green room shortly.
Yep.
Of the two teams who have the number one seed,
Lions and Chiefs,
who has the best chance to make it to the Super Bowl, to take advantage of that home field advantage, and obviously whatever the matchup might be in the next two rounds?
You know what? I honestly kind of think it's the Chiefs because
they
I
are
think
peaking.
and I think that they're peaking. They are healthier than the Lions, and their path I feel like is better. Just because I think they're going to get, in my opinion, barring something crazy, they're going to get a combo of the Chargers-Texans. Sign me up for that if I am them. I know the Chargers gave them two good games, and their division teams like that always makes it tough.
Yes.
Texans, they beat them. Texans are going to lose, though. I think so. They're not playing good football right now. So then it's like, all right, then you just got to go through a team you lost to and a team that you beat earlier this year. The team you lost to, obviously Buffalo. The team you beat, Ravens. So that was all the way back in week 1. Lions, I just feel like the path would be a little bit tougher depending on what happens in round 1.
Well, let's ask the same question of our next guest. He is the Chiefs Analytics Officer, the man behind the DVOA at FTN Fantasy. Aaron Schatz joins us in the studio today on StreamYard. Aaron, how you doing?
Hey, I'm good, guys. How are you doing?
Excellent.
Just ask the question of my co-host. I'll ask it of you. Of the two teams sitting out this week, which one do you think has the better path to make it to the Super Bowl?
I agree that it's Kansas City because of the Detroit defensive injuries. Even with Alex Anzalone back, there's still a lot of injuries. And the fact that it's likely that the divisional round opponent for the Lions will be tougher than the divisional round opponent for the Chiefs.
Yeah, and following up on that, Aaron, just looking at the rankings today, the Chiefs are the 3rd-ranked AFC team behind Baltimore, who is at the top. Buffalo is 5th. That said, because of the way the bracket's setting up, no matter what happens in round 1, they will not have to see either of those two teams in round 2, and they would only have to see one of them in round 3. So even though they are quote unquote lesser, how does that change their odds to get to the Super Bowl versus if they ended up falling to the 2 or 3 and had to play one of those teams over the course of multiple weeks to make it to the Super Bowl?
Oh, it makes it much likely that they're going to make it there. I mean, we definitely have the Lions and Chiefs as the most likely teams to make it to the Super Bowl, in part because they have that bye in the first round. And so the Chiefs, even though in my ratings they're below the Bills and the Ravens, they're more likely to make it there. And the nightmare was to have to play both the Bills and the Ravens.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And instead, it's the nightmare for the Bills and Ravens because they have to play each other. And then the Chiefs, whoever wins that game, gets to play the Chiefs, whereas the Chiefs don't. The Chargers or Texans or whoever should be, if some team upsets the Bills or Ravens, that makes it just even easier.
Exactly.
The Texans have had an interesting year. I mean, we started this year, they were a hot, sexy pick to maybe unseat the Chiefs in the AFC. Things did obviously not go that way. But at the same time, they really kind of had a stress-free season in terms of their division because their division just was not that good. The offensive numbers have been very pedestrian. Where is the path to the Texans winning on Saturday afternoon?
I mean, the defense is the path, right? Everything about the Texans is defense bad, defense good, offense bad. Like everything you look up about the Texans comes out to that. And they lost Stephon Diggs, and then they lost Tank Dell, and the offensive line has had all kinds of problems, especially in the interior, and Stroud hasn't been as good this year. And everything comes out to their offense being a problem. They can win, certainly, and they have the home field advantage, and they have a really good defense this year. And the Chargers are weaker up the middle in the offensive line, right? So they'd have to stunt a lot because Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter are going to get blocked by Rashawn Slater and Joe Alt, who are very good.
Aaron, earlier this week, you mentioned that Baltimore finished the season as the number 7 team in the history of DVOA. You also noted a lot of people, of course, are going to be skeptical about them because the 19 team, the team last year, they also were really high on the all-time list. And those teams did not win championships. And in 19, they went one and done. why will this year be different with the 2024 Ravens?
I mean, the history is filled with teams that didn't win it all until the year that they did. So the Ravens have this history over the last couple of years of playing really well against other good teams, right? Like their point differential against the other playoff teams is over 100, and I think the next best team is at like 25. Like, it's ridiculous how much better they are against good teams. And then they do things like play the Raiders and commit a bunch of penalties and lose by 2 points or whatever that was. So, I mean, they're only playing the good teams in the playoffs. So, you know, they should be up for the task. And it's not like they got slaughtered last year, right? I mean, if Zay Flowers doesn't fumble at the goal line, and that game's a lot closer. So, you know, the toughest reason for the Ravens to not make it is that the Bills and Chiefs are also very good.
So is the path to a Pittsburgh upset the Ravens having one of those end of game Raider moments? Because
or like what happened when those teams played first, which is that Chris Boswell hit 6 field goals instead of including a couple over 50, while Justin Tucker missed 2.
Yeah, and Aaron, along the lines of the top of the AFC, I wonder how the last month or so has maybe changed how you view what could unfold there, because I think we had you on last before Thanksgiving, and at that point we were talking about Kansas City and just the way in which they were winning all of these games in close fashion. They lost to the Bills, but now a month later, they beat playoff teams, and they kind of dominated them on the way to a really good end of the regular season.
Yep, Chiefs played much better at the end of the regular season, and they look a lot better now than they did a month ago. You are absolutely right, and they're healthier now than they were a month ago, and everything looks better now than it did a month ago.
Incredible.
Speaking of the last month, my eyes tell me that Buffalo defensively has backslid. What do your numbers say, and is there a concern in Buffalo defensively heading into this postseason?
I mean, they're backsliding a little bit, but some of that is a Week 18 game where they sat starters, so who cares? Like, I mean, they're still a good defense. I'm not like tremendously worried. Should have Milano back. They've got Bernard back. They've got Christian Benford in the secondary, and they've got most of their injured guys back. So they should be still a good defense. But, I mean, they're mostly driven by offense. That's the second best offense in the league.
Aaron, speaking of backsliding, of course, Pittsburgh did not have a very good end to their season. How much of that is kind of reverting to the mean versus what they had been in the first few months? How much of it was their schedule strength increasing, and obviously seeing teams that, you know, division foes, so they're going to know them really well?
A lot of it is schedule strength. Like, we knew going into the season, we wrote all the time in July and August, hey, wow, Pittsburgh's schedule is incredibly backloaded. Look at how much harder it's going to be down the stretch for them. Now, Cleveland ended up not being as good as we expected. So losing to Cleveland looks pretty bad. But, I mean, the other teams that they played near the end of the season, I mean, they got clobbered by Kansas City and Baltimore, right? Like, those are hard teams. So a lot of what we saw from Pittsburgh is the schedule was easier in the first half, and it was harder in the second half.
Talking with Aaron Schatz of FTN Fantasy, joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. There's a reason Bucks Commanders has the highest total of the 6 games this weekend. The strength of these teams is offense, particularly in the run game. Which defense do you think is better equipped to slow down the other side in this playoff game?
If Marshawn Lattimore is healthy, Washington's defense. Because Lattimore makes a big difference as far as pass coverage of Mike Evans. But both of these defenses were poor this year. I have Tampa Bay's defense 16th, but worse in recent weeks, and I have Washington's defense 23rd. So, yeah, these are not good defenses, especially against the pass.
And by the way, for folks who follow Aaron on Twitter, FTN Stats Hub is free through the wild card round. Basically, what we do with we do a thing called Heckle the Echo, where we break down Nebraska's games. It's kind of the same thing, but it's in real detail, and it shows you color-coded. You know, the darker the shade is, the better a team is. You definitely want to check it out, and it's only free through this weekend. Obviously, for subscribers, they get that all season long. And one of the things I noticed on there, Aaron, was when it comes to this Tampa-Washington game, Tampa's got the number 1 blitz rate in the league, But Jaden Daniels and Washington's pass game have very respectable numbers when either being blitzed or just generally against pressure. Do you think Tampa's going to have to change things up a bit to try to slow down Jaden Daniels?
I think Todd Bowles does what he does, right? There's two strategies in the NFL. One is do your thing and challenge the other team to beat it. And the other is attack your opponent's weakness. And I think the Bucs are more of a do our thing and make you beat it type of defense. So I'm sure they're still going to be blitzing. And by the way, the same is true opposite. Washington blitzes a lot, and Mayfield is very good against the blitz.
You know, Aaron, it was interesting looking again at that story from earlier in the week and I want to ask about the number 1 seed now in the NFC, and that's the Lions, because you mentioned that they accomplished something that's very rare. They were top 5 in all 3 units this season, outside of Baltimore a couple of years ago, or Buffalo a couple of years ago, rather, Baltimore last year. This very much seems to correlate with winning a championship. And so I wonder if you think, like, did they just throw us all off the scent a little bit with the injuries and the defense having a bit of a lull, because they finished the season very strong across the board right now, and now they get the bye and they don't have to play until the divisional round?
Yeah, but that's one game. That's one game where the defense played much better. Otherwise, over the last few weeks, the defense, the question is it all Anzalone or is it all the injuries? And it just so happened that Anzalone was sort of the straw that broke the camel's back as far as when their defense started playing badly.
Yeah.
And I just think having Anzalone back is good, but it doesn't solve all the injury problems. I have never seen a great team over the first half of the season get slaughtered by non-quarterback injuries the way this year's Lions have been.
It has been crazy.
So what do you think then of their path? We talked about the Chiefs and just how advantageous it looks with the potential, either Chargers or Texans, and then whatever happens on the other side of the bracket. The NFC, much more stacked, though. It's different, obviously, now at the bottom with the Packers falling off a bit, and they've had a lot of injuries as well, and it seems like that'll be tough to get by Philadelphia. So what do you think of their path, divisional round, and if they were to make it in the conference championship?
I mean, it's harder because whoever they play in the divisional round is likely to be better than like whoever the Chiefs play. Like I said, I think you have to, because of the injuries, you have to favor Philadelphia to come out of the NFC. But man, it will be so much fun if Detroit does. Like that's what we want, but you can't favor it.
Yeah.
A lot of folks have been down on Green Bay. Green Bay folks have been down on Green Bay. The 1-5 division record certainly does not help. But when I looked at your stats hub, it looks like in some avenues it's a fairly even matchup with the mighty Eagles. Where does this game come down to, in your opinion?
They've been losing games by 2 and 3 points. Like those are essentially ties. So when you look at the future, I mean, yes, it's better to win than to lose. But when you look at the future, the Green Bay has played very well. They played very, very well from week 11 to week 16. The thing is, the last couple of weeks, they haven't been as good. So now all the Green Bay fans are like, woe is us, woe is us. And yes, Christian Watson is hurt, and that's a problem because it takes away a lot of their deep threat. So the Eagles are the better team, but the Packers are surprisingly good over the last half of the season.
What's your view of the Monday night matchup? Of course, we were waiting to see what would happen on Sunday night between the Lions and the Vikings. And then some Sunday stuff happened, and it ended up flipping the 3 and the 4 seed around. And so we get Los Angeles, hopefully hosting that game in Los Angeles versus Minnesota. What's the read on this one?
Vikings love to blitz, and Matthew Stafford was the best quarterback in the league against the blitz with a minimum of 100 attempts. So if Minnesota says we're doing our thing and we dare you to beat us, the Rams are going to beat them. Because Puka Nacua is like the best receiver against the blitz. Hot route, 7-yard slant, high, bang, like just over and over again.
And on the other side of the matchup, a lot of folks watch that game on Sunday and how Sam Darnold got pressured. We know the Rams have that great young defensive line. I mean, is that the roadmap, is just get in Sam Darnold's face and force him to make high throws and poor throws?
Yeah, look, he's not going to be that bad in the red zone again. And the Rams are 29th against deep passes, and Darnold led the league in value on deep passes. The problem with deep passes is you have to stand up long enough to throw them.
Aaron, which of the 6 or 7s on either side do you think could be like the squirreliest throughout the playoffs? I mean, I guess you just said some kind words about Green Bay.
The Packers are the best of the 6 and 7. The Packers are the best of the 6 and 7 teams, although I do kind of like the Commanders to beat the Buccaneers.
Interesting.
Like I said, FTN Stats Hub free through this weekend. Check out ftnfantasy.com. It's a really cool statistical breakdown, analytical statistical breakdown of each of these matchups. And if you're a member of FTN Fantasy, you get them for every game, including next weekend and the weekend after and the weekend after that.
You can look through, you can filter it in all kinds of ways. You can see all kinds of breakdowns. There's tons of stuff in there.
And it's a great website, and Aaron is always a great guest, and we always appreciate the time. Thanks a lot. Enjoy the playoffs. It's no longer Super Wild Card Weekend.
They don't call it that anymore?
I think we're just Wild Card Weekend now. I think we've calmed ourselves down.
They dropped the Super very quietly. Just kind of dropped the Super.
Well, we'll remind them.
Kind of like how McDonald's just quietly dropped the hamburger. Now it's all cheeseburger.
Interesting. All right.
Aaron, have a great weekend.
Thank you, Aaron.
Hey, you guys too. Enjoy the games.
All right. Aaron Schatz of FTN Fantasy.
Headley says you could see John's eyes light up with that comment. Yeah, when he was like about the blitz and the Vikings love to blitz and Stafford is good versus the blitz. Your eyes, I could see John trying not to smile. And I was like, wait, is he wearing any Rams gear today? No, he's got his blue on for the Blue Jays.
His Jays pilled today.
Classic John.
Now listen,
classic John.
I'm not. My eyes also may have lit up by something FTN Fantasy tweeted out earlier today.
What's that?
The top 5 clutch quarterback leaders in the NFL.
Here we
At
go.
number 5, the very mid Josh Allen.
Wow.
At number 4, another mid quarterback, Lamar Jackson. Gets a little bit better at number 3 with Jaden Daniels. My ex-quarterback, Jared Goff, number 2. And who's that guy at number 1 in 2024 clutch quarterback leaders? Oh, it's Matthew Stafford, the only quarterback in the NFC field who's got a big-ass ring.
He's clutch at pushing women who are problematic off of stages. He's the best at doing that. But again, she was problematic, so maybe she had
The other
coming.
4 haven't done that.
They've not done that.
Hey, it just saved her from burning to death in the LA fire.
There you go. Amazing
Jeez.
Daniel, a couple comments. Lamar has a terrible record versus the Steelers and in the playoffs. Don't be shocked. And he also adds, literally nobody predicted Pittsburgh to win 10 games, but now everybody acts like this is exactly what happened. I'll disagree with you there. My longest listening to podcast host, Bill Simmons, was Steelers pilled before the season. I kid you not, John. He was all in on the Steelers. Now, some would also say that he is so anti-Bills. Well, yes, but he is so anti-Bills because they're in the same division as the Patriots. But he was very high on them. And people were saying, look at their schedule. It is very manageable. And as long as they are able to take care of business, it's just going to be really difficult in the back half. I will be stunned if they lose or if they beat the Ravens. They are backsliding terribly right now.
Do you think that there's a Pittsburgh football fan named Dan and his Twitter handle is Steelers Dan?
Probably.
Steeler Dan?
Probably.
Steeler
Oh,
Dan.
good Lord, Nick. We can't say dildo, but you can keep making this reference?
Yeah.
It's a band.
Wow, KD says, as John gets older, he's doing a great job of giving takes that rival that of the kid in the morning.
Oh.
I think that's an insult.
Who said this?
KD, your boy KD.
Oh, yeah.
Creighton fan KD.
Yeah,
John Bishop KD,
but
handshaking in Creighton gear.
also
he's
roots
not
for
a
a
kid.
team.
He's legally a man.
KD, who are you adopting in the playoffs? You don't have a team.
Yikes. Sam
in the
writes,
playoffs this year.
The Vikings. I'm adopting
Packers,
the Vikings.
advanced metrics darlings. You love to see it. Thank you for making me feel better. Aaron Schatz. There was also a comment a few moments ago. Where was it at? About how Aaron's beard is so good. And so, Jeremiah, glad I tune in. Great beard, Aaron. I trust your opinion more somehow. That's awesome.
It's a good beard.
Yeah.
It's a beard you can trust.
Steelers they're gonna lose. It's not gonna be pretty.
Yeah, the Steelers and Texans are two teams right now that I just like. Now I'll be honest with you. I have not paid one lick of attention to the Texans since probably week 8. Because let's face it, early in the season we were watching all those games because, hey, this is the team. This is the team.
And they didn't look very good.
And they didn't look very good. Then they had that famous collapse against Detroit when Jared Goff tried to give them the game.
Oh, wow,
and they still
Sunday
couldn't do
night
it.
game.
And
then they have injuries late in the year.
And plus that division was such trash. There was no drama. There was no intrigue. There was nothing. So they're kind of off to the side and certainly watching a lot more of the Steelers.
Lose to the Chiefs, lose to the Ravens.
But those two teams right now just have that feel. And listen, we've seen it before in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Where somebody, famously like the Giants, for example, will just all of a sudden get on a heater. But, man, there's just nothing about either of those teams that tells you that, They even have one in them.
Yeah.
And let's face it, the Ravens.
They're a better football team.
The Ravens look really good.
They're a better football team. I loved what Aaron said earlier. It's like
I think the Ravens are. I honestly, if it weren't for the Chiefs being at home and having that defense, I would pick the Ravens to come out of the AFC.
Yeah.
But the Chiefs do have that defense, and
the
they
Ravens will
are at
have to go
home.
on the road most likely twice.
Yes, and
which will
so
be tough.
Otherwise, I mean, if
They're built, aren't they built to win in the playoffs?
if this were the college football playoff and they played these stupid things on,
Well, if they got SMU and Boise
at neutral sites,
oh yeah, you feel pretty good.
then I would seriously look at taking the Ravens.
We'll have Todd Furman on in 15 minutes on the NFL pod today with him and Payne. They were talking about the Ravens and how they made some defensive changes, I think, in week 11. And now they have been the best defense in a variety of metrics since they made that change. So a lot of the conversation about how their defense is bad goes back to the early part of the year. First-year coordinator, they have improved, and they have a run game with two guys, and one of them also throws. And he has had the best year of his career, and he's a two-time MVP. I loved what Schatz said at the very beginning of the conversation. It's like, you haven't done it until you have. And sometimes that's just what you need, right? Like, Patrick Mahomes hadn't won a Super Bowl until he had. And now no one would doubt it. Who was I talking about it with yesterday or a couple days ago? Started talking about the 2019, 2018. Was it us on the air? I don't even remember. But that Chiefs team that they got down by 1,000,000 points versus the Texans. It was lunch yesterday with my wife. And then they scored 28 unanswered points in the second quarter. But at the moment, it was like, oh, classic Chiefs. Here you go again. And that's how the Ravens feel for a lot of people. But all it takes is a few games of good football, and it's like, that's suddenly gone. And they could absolutely do that again with that running game and that improved defense. Plus, they're going to win this weekend.
Yeah, they are.
Will they cover, though? We'll find out in a few minutes.
Will they cover? And speaking of that, a little statistic on how many times we've had double-digit favorites in the NFL playoffs.
Perfect.
Todd Furman will be coming up at the bottom of the hour, and our preview of tonight's Notre Dame-Penn State clash and tomorrow's Ohio State-Texas clash.
Nice.
You still feel the grease? Is that what you're doing? That?
No, it smells like hands. Normal hands.
Well, yeah, but what do your normal hands smell like? Do we want to know?
I'll never tell.
Back after this on 1620 The Zone. Well, some of the scribes are now arriving at the Orange Bowl, and
I don't
we're
like the
getting
way you said scribes. It
Scribes.
sounded a little vindictive.
No, just
he hates
scribes.
writers.
No, I don't hate
Scribes.
writers.
John likes podcasters like Bill Simmons.
No, I didn't say that.
Bill Simmons.
You did not say it.
Some of these scribes are showing up at the Orange Bowl, and of course, we get the obligatory stadium picks. It just reminds me, yes, the stadium was a dump. Yes, there were some bad memories in that stadium, but the Orange Bowl has just never felt like the Orange Bowl since they lost the Orange Bowl.
R.I.P.
John, from your lips to God's ears.
I
Can
mean,
we
tonight's
rebuild
game,
it?
Spins up, please.
should be
Hard Rock is
played
bad.
in that old horseshoe with all those rowdy fans and the wood plank seats and the
Dirt.
green painted sand
Goat.
field.
Bring it back.
But tonight they get this pristine grass field there in the same stadium where the Dolphins play, and then they put the roof over
All
it.
right, well,
so
I
it looks
won't-
No,
goofy.
it's an awning.
It's an awning.
Whatever.
I won't let you badmouth.
On me, Daddy.
I won't let you badmouth the grass. Those groundskeepers work very hard.
No,
They
no, no,
grow it
I'm-
in another
again,
place and ship it over to lay it down.
Again,
it's pretty.
it's nothing against the grass there, and I'm not against a nice,
John loves
well-maintained
good
grass
grass.
field.
It's great
but
grass.
But
Oh, I
the
thought you were
tradition of the
talking
Orange Bowl
in
is
the
we played
70s
on
way.
we played on the worst surface next to the moon,
It was a good time.
and you
Veterans
came out of it,
Stadium,
and the uniforms
grass.
look dirty. I mean, imagine those pristine Penn State white uniforms.
Are they
and
the
those-
road team tonight?
Actually, they'd be the home team because they're the higher seed. So
Sad.
imagine those white pants
Mm.
and those Notre Dame white tops, all soiled with green paint and dirt and
It's a better time, John.
yeah.
It's a better America, John.
And
Wanna
I
make
don't know what
America
it
Land
was.
acquisition of football, John.
I don't know what it was about the Orange Bowl, but I always equate like it used to be a thing. Then they started banning it because people don't like fun. But people
What did
would
they ban?
bring their air horns into the stadium, and so you
Oh,
get
yeah.
what? Not that vuvuzela crap. Actual air horns.
Then they would have like the huge flags or like toilet paper.
and every time I hear those,
It's a better America.
if
It's like
I
going to a
hear those
Marlins game.
horns, if I hear those horns,
With
I
more
am
fans.
instantly taken back to games in the Orange Bowl, whether it were Dolphin games or Orange Bowl games.
Ah, bring it back, baby.
That's what it should be.
Mustache Adam, Nick defending the grass growers, VOB. Very on brand, Nick.
Have you gotten
great
your
grass.
Have you gotten your
Nice.
permit yet?
Yeah. Have you?
That
Have you
doesn't-
faked your illness?
That stuff doesn't go into place until October, I think.
You think?
Really?
Yeah.
Most time when we pass new laws, they go into effect early the next year.
Yeah, but
like
this is
in
a law that
January.
they don't want to get passed.
But
so
all-
they're going to
yeah.
drag their feet.
And they're dragging their feet, and things like this usually take a while. Actually, October is kind of quick.
Well,
compared
they're
to other
trying to
states.
filter out all the people that are faking injuries so they can
He
get. it.
has anxiety.
That's a legitimate thing, John.
Hey, if he starts taking this and we can say
I have
dildo on the radio, I'm all for it.
I have
you should
anxiety.
be pro this.
I got anxiety too. He's sitting right across from me.
Hey-o.
You know what would help that, John?
Yeah, John, you know what would help that?
This will benefit all of us, I think.
Will it?
Yeah, it's because Nick hasn't been partaking in it at all.
Exactly, because
Yeah.
it's not legal here, John.
Exactly, because it's not legal here. It's an interesting game tonight because you have a couple of teams that are very much built on defense. You have a Notre Dame team who is really injured. You have a Penn State team who has some questions with a couple of their injuries, including their best player who is on the defensive side of the ball. And then I look at Notre Dame and their offense and their quarterback and how Riley Leonard has played this year. You have a couple of coaches who at various points, James Franklin a little bit longer than Marcus Freeman, have been thought of lesser than, or can they get to this stage? And now they're here. And the winner, first black coach that will ever coach in a national championship game as a head coach, which, so there will be history. And they both appreciate that as well, which I think is super cool. So it's a really fun matchup. But man, it could be low scoring, black and blue. We talked about it with Bill Connolly yesterday. From the 80s into the 90s, they played like every year. They had some memorable football games. Just hope that tonight we get one of those memorable football games.
Yeah, because sadly, most of these playoffs have not been memorable games. Be nice to get a.
Now, how many of these games so far have been memorable?
Arizona State.
I mean,
Arizona State, Texas.
Yeah, and Ohio State kicking the crap out of Notre Dame will be memorable, but not for the normal reason of like, whoa, what a game. It was like, holy crap, they kicked the crap out of them,
That's
No,
a dangerous
You mean
take.
Oregon?
What did I say?
You said
Ohio
Notre Dame.
State or Notre Dame.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm thinking of the national championship, I guess. I'm already looking at a little bit ahead. But yeah, Ohio State beat Notre Dame, Oregon, like they did in the Rose Bowl.
Wow, you're just Freuding all over the place.
I am. Jeremiah says, does does it shock? I think he said it wrong, but basically, does it shock us that we put big, sweaty, nasty dudes in white pants so much on TV? I don't trust myself to do any strenuous exercise in extremely light colors.
It is very brave of them.
Yeah. There was this pair of running shorts that was on the market a couple of years ago that were white, and then guys would run in them, and they were like, nope, never again.
Oh, did Fanatics make them?
No, company called Tracksmith. And it was a tough look for them because I think you could see their boondongles.
Not the boondongles.
But the difference is that football pants are of heavier material
and
than a lot of the other
they
athletic
prevent you
garments.
from seeing the boondongle.
That's true. That's a great point.
And there's a lot of padding and all that other stuff. And a lot of the big boys, they're just big boys. That's why.
Big, strong, beefy men.
But it's another great
Slapping
reason.
meat.
It's another great reason why Nebraska should always wear their red pants on the road. Just in case.
So you don't see them. Yeah, that's a good point.
Don't wear the surrender whites.
Mm-hmm.
It's just another great reason. But I do miss those days, man. I can still see all the linemen coming out. It's like, when did green become one of Nebraska's colors?
I know.
When they play in the Orange Bowl
there's-
on green painted
There's
sand.
the famous photos from the end of the 95 Orange
Yeah.
Bowl, with the linemen standing there and just covered in grass, whatever it was.
Grass.
Yeah. Man,
or
good
whatever
times.
they called that stuff.
Kenneth writes, Freeman makes Franklin pee down his leg. Think there'll be any peeing going on tonight, John? Has
I don't
Todd
know,
Furman
but-
included that in his breakdown?
I'm not sure, but I do wonder, because I asked the question, I think, it was of Bill yesterday, because you've got a couple of coaches, Ryan Day, who obviously he's won a lot of big games, but it seems like the games that truly matter, he hasn't.
Oh, yeah.
And James
Michigan 4
Franklin,
times in a row.
Franklin's always had the reputation of not being able to win the big game. But look at Penn State's path. It's been a very convenient path. They did not have a tough non-conference. West Virginia was a bit down from where they were supposed to be.
Only played Ohio State.
They only played Ohio State in the Big Ten, so they got an easy draw
Avoided
there.
Oregon, avoided Indiana.
They get SMU at home. They get Boise in the next round.
Mm-hmm.
And so their path to get here. So I wonder just how let's just pretend, for argument's sake, Notre Dame wins tonight. And let's say they win by like 10 points.
Nice.
Does this year's run necessarily erase the James Franklin can't win the big one? Because how many people will look back and say, well, but they actually got a pretty good draw and they took advantage of it to get here.
For the Penn State fans who are out on Franklin, they will use that as proof of concept to say, see, I told you. For those who are in on him, they will say, but he made it to the Final Four. So I really do think it comes down to what side of the aisle you are on. I feel like I'm kind of in the middle. They have to win the football games. They also had a nice path. That said, they played Oregon way better than I thought they would.
I agree.
They played Oregon way better than I thought they would.
Honestly, the Oregon game, to me, is their most impressive performance.
Even more than the Ohio State game.
Yes.
Yeah, I would agree.
Because I honestly, they won by one score.
But man, that game
It
seemed like
felt
was
like
touching.
Ohio State dominated.
It felt like, if you don't
Especially
have
in the second half.
if you don't have the Will Howard turnover in the red zone. I know Penn State had their own red zone turnover, but the Will Howard one felt flukier. And so if you don't have that, they're about to go up by 3 scores, and the game could really start getting away from them.
Pick 6 and the Will Howard turnover in the red zone.
Those were both in the first half, right?
That's a 14-point swing.
Correct.
And then in the second half, Ohio State just ground
that last drive.
Exactly.
They took over in their own 5, right? And they're inside their own 5, and they went to basically the 50-yard line, and the game was over.
They went into 5-minute offense mode, driving the ball from their own 5-yard line and ended the game.
Yep.
I mean, that game didn't feel as close as it was.
Mm-hmm. I would agree. Whereas the Oregon game did. That game was a good performance. Their offense
I
got
was
going.
impressed when Oregon started moving the ball like crazy and scoring. I'm like, this thing is over.
Yeah, so what happens tonight?
And they fought back.
What happens tonight with Drew Aller? What happens tonight with that defense playing, the Notre Dame offense that is certainly limited at times? The run game for Penn State, obviously something to be celebrated with those backs that they've had. So it's an interesting matchup, man. It really is.
We'll dive a little bit deeper coming up in the happy hour, but coming up next, what about your investments? Todd Furman of the Bet the Board podcast joins us next on 1620 The Zone.
You can't get enough.
There should be another great weekend of football.
Todd Furman from the Bet the Board podcast. Time to talk a little money.
People fall in love with teams on the way they look at a non-conference schedule. I don't think there is enough wiggle room for me to get involved with this game going under the total early. And remember, it's a marathon, not a sprint.
Bet the Board podcast. Download that bad boy each and every week. Breakdowns, not only of football, other sports as well. Just make sure you check it out wherever you download your podcast. The man who runs it all, Todd Furman, who joins us every Thursday. And what perfect timing, because the massive weekend of football begins tonight. Todd, how are things in the desert?
No complaints out here, gentlemen. You mentioned football taking front and center stage on the sporting calendar. Plenty of opportunities to be making money or losing some between now and Monday night, that is for sure.
You know, Todd, I was listening to the college football episode today, and it got me thinking, because you guys were having the discussion essentially about like Ohio State and what to do with the small sample size of the last two games versus the full sample size of the regular season. Of course, we can do that with every team that is still alive. And it hit me that, like, in the NFL playoffs, we've been seeing this for years, where you can have a team go on a 3 or a 2-game run to the Super Bowl. How I guess is this different right now as we try to wrap our arms around a small sample size in the college football playoff, given that this is new, though we've been doing it, like I said, in the NFL for decades and decades?
It's a great question, because when you look at college football teams, and we talk about small sample size all the time, you're going to have a wider range of outcomes, even for the elite programs in college football. So, for example, if Ohio State has suddenly figured it all out since that regular season finale loss to Michigan as nearly a 3-touchdown favorite, this is the Buckeyes team that I think most of us expected to see week in, week out throughout the course of the regular season. If they're starting to hum on all cylinders, laying 5.5 or 6 against Texas tomorrow night is going to feel like an absolute steal. But if you're buying Buckeye stock at the top of the market and they regress a little bit to the team that we saw for 12 games during the regular season, suddenly you're looking at Texas as a value proposition at +6, knowing if this was the first round of the playoffs before we saw Ohio State beat Tennessee and Oregon, we'd have been talking about this game being hung right around a pick-em price tag. So that's kind of the mental gymnastics you go through, looking to try and ascertain a little bit of value on what should be some of the tightest and most efficient college football markets of the entire season.
Todd, we were just talking about it before you came on, and it was Penn State's path to getting here. Certainly of the 4 teams that are playing this weekend, it's one of the easier ones. Texas certainly didn't have that difficult a path, all things considered. But now Penn State faces up against Notre Dame. They're a 1-point dog to the Irish. These two teams kind of built similarly. They're going to run the ball quite a bit. It's going to be a physical game. How do you see this one tonight with Notre Dame coming in off the win over Georgia?
It'll definitely be a step up in class for Penn State in terms of what they're going to encounter from a Notre Dame defense that may be a little bit undersized along the defensive line, but arguably has one of the best defensive backfields in the entire country. So how does Andy Kotelnicki and Penn State elect to attack this Notre Dame team? We know that Penn State wants to run the football with Katron Allen and Nicholas Singleton, but would they be willing to break tendency to use the pass to set up the run? And that was one thing that they weren't extremely efficient on against Boise, but you did see a willingness from them to stretch the field a little bit. And those home run plays may be there if Notre Dame plays their defensive backs on an island. We saw Georgia have a couple of opportunities for those big plays. There was a drop, there was an explosive that somewhat got negated because of a little sideline interference. So it'll be very fascinating to see how Penn State builds their offensive game plan. Meanwhile, on the other side, I don't think it's any surprise how Notre Dame wants to attack. It's running the football, but can they do so semi-handcuffed if Jeremiah Love is unable to take on a full workload? And watching the over-under on his rushing yards get bet down from 51.5 into the mid-30s suggests that knee injury could be a big factor for Notre Dame and put a lot on Jadarian Price and lead Riley Leonard to take off even more than I'm sure Mike Denbrock and company would like. So fascinating chess match on a variety of fronts. We've seen some money come in on Penn State today, and surprisingly seen a little bit of over money as well, with the total leaking up from 45 out to 46.
So Todd, Ohio State -5.5 versus Texas, 53.5 is the total. Of course, we know this game is in Arlington, so it should be a partisan crowd. It's funny because you have Ohio State, who has looked the best throughout the first couple of rounds of the playoffs, and they've been doing so against, I think, collectively the best competition. Meanwhile, Texas has looked the worst of the teams that have gotten here I think, against collectively the worst competition that any semifinalist has seen. So why is the number, in your opinion, so low? Because I have to imagine a lot of people are like, give me the Buckeyes to win and hide in this one.
I'll say Penn State's road a little bit easier than Texas is, not
Fair.
to kind of split hairs in that regard. But you're right. When you look at Texas's opponents, they took on a Clemson team that was down all season long and needed to upset SMU in the ACC championship game to even get there. And Texas had to hold off a late goal line surge from Clemson with about 6 minutes to go to exceed odds makers' expectations and covers a 13.5-point favorite. And last game against Arizona State, Texas builds a 16-point lead and is unable to kind of put their foot on the throat of ASU, letting the Sun Devils force overtime and even needing to convert that 4th and 13 to get to this point in the season. But again, I mean, this is a number that opened with Ohio State -4, immediately got bet up. And it's still, a price that may be relatively large when you factor in an entire body of work for a Texas team that, yes, hasn't exactly looked their most dynamic offensively when they play the best defenses on their schedule against an Ohio State team that's surging at the right time. And we've seen the Buckeyes offense look significantly better in their wins against Oregon and Tennessee than what we did throughout the course of Big Ten play. Just ask Nebraska fans who know how close the Huskers were to pulling off the outright upset against the Buckeyes, as more than a 3-touchdown underdog in that particular game. So it's always trying to balance current form with a full body of work. And again, it makes it relatively straightforward. If you want to make a case for Ohio State, you see this as a discount given what we've seen from them over the last 120 minutes. And if you want to make a case for Texas, you go, you know what? Ohio State's played well above their skis, and I'm more than happy to back Texas at the bottom of the market, thinking Quinn Ewers and this Longhorn defense will be able to do enough to slow down a Buckeyes team that may be a little bit more one-dimensional in the Cotton Bowl. Plus, you factor in that home field advantage that you mentioned, and that's probably worth a half point or full point, weather notwithstanding, if it's going to keep some of the Longhorn faithful away.
Well, speaking of Texas, they have a representative in the college football playoff. They have a representative in the NFL playoff. They are the Houston Texans. How convenient. So they know exactly where they're from.
That's true,
Call
John.
themselves the Houston Texans.
Excellent point.
But we talked about this. We had a guest on earlier, and, you look at Houston this season, a lot of was expected of them preseason. And then they just kind of sauntered their way through the regular season because they weren't really threatened in their division, but they never looked like a really good playoff caliber team. Now they get a home game because they're a division champ. They take on the Chargers. It's Jim Harbaugh's return to the playoffs. He's taken 4 of his 5 teams to the playoffs, and he has won a playoff game in each one of his other 3 appearances. It looks like it should be long odds for Houston, but what do you think?
This is a number that I think is extremely generous in favor of the LA Chargers, because if we back out home field advantage, it suggests that the Chargers are 5.5 points better potentially than Houston on a neutral field. And this is still a Chargers team when you look at how they've navigated through a relatively easy strength of schedule. They feasted on lightweights. Their only 2 wins against playoff teams, both coming against the Denver Broncos. But is it really stepping up in class, taking on a Houston offense that has been reeling down the stretch and looks to be a lot less dynamic with the absence of Tank Dell, Stephon Diggs, placing the undue burden on Nico Collins in terms of being the one game breaker in the passing attack behind a makeshift offensive line. So part of the reason you're seeing a full-on battle here between professional bettors looking to lay 2.5 or maybe even a cheap money line with the Chargers, also looking to try and make the case for Houston as a field goal underdog. We've seen home underdogs in the NFL playoffs fare extremely well, a limited sample size. But last year, Houston was in this very same role. They came out and they completely boat raced the Cleveland Browns. I don't see that scenario playing out here, but it is a little bit of food for thought if the Texans defense raises their level of play. I do think points could be at a premium, though, and these 2 defensive-minded head coaches may want to lean into the ground game, shorten the game, and avoid that costly mistake that could lose the game for them more so than try and win it early on. So I look for points to be at a premium, especially in the first half here.
Todd, love the breakdown of the Steelers-Ravens game on the podcast earlier today. In particular, the discussion about what has happened with Baltimore's defense after a few tweaks earlier in the season, because that was the question throughout the first couple of months was, hey, great offense. Is the defense going to be able to raise their level of play? Certainly seems like they have. The Ravens are 9.5-point favorites, and the total is at 43.5.
Yeah, credit the Ravens for kind of changing their tune on the defensive side of the ball, figuring out what they could do to get the most out of Marlon Humphrey, lining him up in the slot, and allowing Kyle Hamilton to kind of survey the defense and get guys in the right position pre-snap. And it's not the kind of thing you often see from a first-year defensive coordinator who's kind of thrust into the role in Zach Orr. So credit to him for what he's been able to accomplish for this Ravens team. Now, when you dig into everything else that Baltimore is looking to do offensively, they clearly have an edge against the Steelers defense that's trending in the wrong direction. You have some concerns about the Steelers offensive capabilities. I mean, Russell Wilson appears to have hit a wall with his passing production over the last couple of weeks. But I do think this is a rock bottom price for a Steelers team that closed a 6.5, 7-point underdog against this same Ravens team just a few weeks ago. And as the total comes down, it makes the prospects of taking 9.5 or 10 that much more valuable. I wouldn't rule out the Steelers hanging around for 4 quarters, keeping this game competitive if they can make life difficult on Lamar. But I do think if you like the Steelers plus the points, it may make a little bit of sense to parlay it to the under, because there is definitely a correlation between dog and under in this game in a very conventional approach.
Todd Furman, Bet the Board podcast, another game that is threatening double digits. Buffalo, currently a 9-point favorite over Denver. How tempting would be the underdog play here, given how Bo Nix has played here recently and the Bills' defense maybe not finishing as strong in the latter half of the season?
I think it's a similar handicap on some level to what we talked about for Ohio State and Texas. Are we assessing Buffalo on their full body of work, or are we starting to get a little bit more concerned about how they performed down the stretch after they had wrapped up the division? And I think in this kind of instance, it's a little of column A, a little of column B, because I don't think this Bills stop unit is elite by any stretch of the imagination. But on the other side of the ball, when we dig into Denver's defensive metrics, every time they've stepped up in class and played an offense inside the top 10, that defense doesn't look to be nearly as dynamic as what we've seen when they step down and take on some of the lightweights. Josh Allen has more or less insinuated that Buffalo has been slightly vanilla with their play calling down the stretch, trying to hold some things back for playoff games that mean a little bit more. And they were afforded that luxury, wrapping up the division in improbable fashion with 4 regular season games to go. We've seen Buffalo against the Rams and against the Detroit Lions when they get pushed and how capable they are of putting up crooked numbers. Can Denver match them in this spot? That's a great question, and one that remains to be seen. I will tell you that you saw very respected money come in on this game getting bet over the total a little bit earlier today, pushing it from 46.5 that were available out to 47.5. We'll see if the weather holds up. But if it does, I think Buffalo can score and force Denver to try and match them with a very inexperienced quarterback going into hostile territory, which could make it difficult to cover the 8.5, 9.
Todd, the mid-afternoon tilt on Sunday, the quote-unquote crown jewel of the weekend, Packers plus 4.5 at the Eagles. The total is 45.5. I mean, this is a game on paper. I mean, we saw it in week 1. A couple of weeks ago, people would have said, sign me up. But with the injuries and the way in which Green Bay finished the season, I'm worried that this one might get a little out of hand if the Philadelphia Eagles are clicking. But, of course, we're all wondering exactly how healthy Jalen Hurts is, given he hasn't played in a few weeks.
Injury concerns, to your point, Josh, on both starting quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Jalen Hurts hasn't officially cleared the concussion protocol, but this number and conventional wisdom suggests he will be out there under center. But what does he look like? Not having seen live bullets for the better part of 3 weeks, does it take him a little while to get his timing? Or are the Eagles conservative, looking to try and run the football with Saquon Barkley to get this team going in the right direction, with the realization that they can lean on their defense against the Green Bay offense that hasn't looked crisp either? Playing without Christian Watson now, Jordan Love unable to finish the regular season finale against the Bears, and we'll see how him banging his elbow affects some of his accuracy if he doesn't have full feeling in his fingers. And then the other injury that popped up a little while ago today, the Eagles have said all the right things, but A.J. Brown, very limited in practice yesterday, officially gets the DNP designation today, as they say they're trying to manage that pain tolerance threshold with that knee. Even if he starts in this game but can't finish, it changes what Philadelphia can do in the passing game, and that would be a big boon to a Green Bay team that doesn't have their lockdown corner in Jair Alexander that was lost for the campaign. But I think at the end of the day, Philadelphia's defense against Green Bay's offense is going to create some problems. If Green Bay has a path to victory, their defense has to raise their level of play and keep this lower scoring, because I don't think the Packers find a way to get to 3 touchdowns in this one.
Todd, you just talked about the total being bet up in the Buffalo game. The highest total of the weekend is Washington-Tampa, which is sitting around 50.5 points right now. Given that these two teams are a little more defensively challenged, and you've got Baker Mayfield having his best season, and we all have seen what Jaden Daniels is capable of, is there a play on this total here that you like?
Not for me right now, and I think part of that is weather-related as we continue to monitor the forecast there along the Gulf. Some rain was expected earlier. As it stands now, the forecast has cleared up a touch. But we do have 2 defensive-minded head coaches in a game of this magnitude, one quarterback inexperienced, donning the Commanders' colors, and we'll see if Todd Bowles elects to keep his foot on the accelerator or kind of reverts to some of those conservative tendencies. If we're talking about the Bucs having 4th and short and plus territory, looking to try and pin the Commanders back and making them drive the length of the field. For Tampa, their defense will be a little bit healthier with Jamel Dean and Antoine Winfield both expected to be available in that defensive backfield. We've seen Tampa extremely vulnerable to the pass over the latter portion of the schedule. And on the other side for Washington, looks like familiar foes will renew acquaintances, just wearing different colors, with Marshawn Lattimore potentially matching up with Mike Evans. And we know the kind of thorn he has been in his side when he was a member of the New Orleans Saints, and these guys matched wits, twice a season for a boatload of years. This game has been a battle in terms of the side. Tampa opened as short as 2.5 minus 20 on Sunday night, immediately got bet up to 3. Number leaked out to 3.5 at some spots. And, other bettors came in with a very different mindset, grabbing the 3.5 with Washington. This, for me, guys, one of the more fascinating games of the weekend. I wish I had strong convictions to try and get involved side or total. But as that Mike Evans over-under on receiving yards continues to leak up a little bit, that's probably where I'd be most inclined to bet him under at 76.5. I think if Washington's devising a game plan, they're going to do everything they can to make some of those secondary weapons beat them. And if it means with a rookie wide receiver and Jalen McMillan, or potentially Cade Otton that's somewhat compromised if he returns to action, they're not going to let the alpha in that Tampa Bay receiving room be the reason that they're going home after just one wildcard game.
So, Todd, last game of wildcard weekend will end how it began, and that is with a road favorite. The last time that the Vikings, or the first time rather, that the Vikings played the Lions this year, they followed up with a trip out to Los Angeles. Now, the refs didn't call that face mask because they're cheaters and they wanted John's Rams to
Even
win.
though the Rams were up by 8 and Minnesota still had to drive the length of the field, which they never would have done.
But in all seriousness, obviously Minnesota coming off of, their worst performance of the year. I'm wondering, I guess, Todd, 1.5 is the spread. 47.5 is the total. Like, is that score as indicative of the domination as you thought you saw on Sunday night? Because Minnesota, of course, the countless red zone trips, but their defense also, we knew it wasn't going to hold up for 4 full quarters. The dam broke in the 4th.
It did, and I think, from a Minnesota offensive standpoint, you dig into the box score and all those red zone trips that came up empty. No, they should have had more than 9 points. But at the same time, the Vikings didn't move the ball consistently. They still finished the game with under 300 total yards of offense against a much maligned Lions defense that looked a little bit better thanks to Aaron Glenn's game plan and the return of their green dot linebacker in Alex Anzalone. Now, on the other side for Minnesota, one of the things that concerns me a little bit in this matchup is you assess Minnesota's full body of work, and it suggests that they have a very good run defense. This was a run defense that was at the top of the league through the first 9 weeks, but you dig into some of those numbers from week 9 through the end of the season, and it's a group that slid outside the top half. We know the Rams are no strangers to trying to commit to the ground game, even if it's inefficient. They're more than happy to take 3 yards in a cloud of dust, letting Kyron Williams tote the rock 20 to 25 times if it can shorten the game. In terms of the first meeting between these teams, Brian Flores was pretty candid, said he didn't expect Puka Nacua to be out there for the Rams, and it sure showed because the Vikings didn't have any answers for the Rams' talented tandem of wideouts. Demarcus Robinson got involved, and it looked like the Vikings were chasing their tail more or less from start to finish. Problem for me here, guys, is I wanted to back the Rams plus the points, but I fully expected if Minnesota put together a better effort on Sunday Night Football that we'd have been able to grab a +3 -20 or something along those lines. Unfortunately, at 1, I can't run to the window to back the dog. Want no part of the favorite here, but I do think the Rams defense is going to be the X factor in this game. It's a young group that has kind of come of age down the stretch. Let's see if they can generate pressure, because if they can't, Sam Darnold with time in the pocket could pose some problems, and the Rams really struggled against the Vikings play action game the first time around. We'll see if history repeats itself, but in the back of my mind, something tells me when Sean McVay decided to rest his starters in Week 18, knew there was a very real possibility he was going to see a familiar foe in the Minnesota Vikings, and sure didn't shy away from playing host to his former offensive coordinator for the second time this season.
Todd Furman, Bet the Board podcast. Todd, as always, a great breakdown of all of these games. We look forward to your visit every single week, and next week we'll be talking divisional round. Wow.
It's amazing how fast the season goes, gentlemen, both of the college and pro variety. You spend all your time working in the offseason to try and make heads and tails. And even with some of these teams now that remain 14 in the pro side, 4 on the college side, we still need additional data points to make the most informed choices at the wagering window.
No doubt about it. Todd, have a great weekend.
Always a pleasure, gents. Enjoy the smorgasbord of football that kicks off in earnest tonight and carries us through prime time on Monday.
Thank you, Todd.
Yeah, some of us choose to look at the positives and all the
What are the
great,
positives? That life is meaningless and we're all going to
meaningful
die?
Football that we're getting. No, we're not in Los Angeles. We're okay. There's no fires threatening
Wow,
us.
John.
On.
Have you seen those things?
John,
Yeah,
Have you
it was
seen?
the tone in your voice, though, with that comment, John.
Well, you're the one that being the fatalist over here.
Well, I'm sad.
We've got
football's
all
almost
these
over.
great games coming up.
Yeah.
All of them with meaning.
Yeah.
And now we've got an opportunity to enjoy them every day now through Monday.
I'll enjoy them, and then it will almost be over. And then it'll almost be over again, and then it will be over.
Then baseball starts.
Yeah, Nick just quoted a Rockies tweet. What in the
I did that
hell?
to troll John.
Oh, yeah, because look, there was an outline on the graphic.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but that outline's nifty.
It's a good outline.
Yeah, no,
Well,
I mean,
So
no
I know. I
offense.
want to learn how to do
I
outlines.
mean,
believe in you,
it's the Rockies. You know, we don't expect them to.
We don't talk about that.
We don't expect them to do anything properly.
Yeah, we don't talk.
Wait until 2027, John.
No, it was 2034.
That's their
wasn't it?
breakout
Wasn't
year.
it 2034 they were supposed to be in the World Series?
Well, that's when they're going to
according
be in the
that
World
prediction?
Series, but
Oh.
2027, that's when they finally have a winning record.
Oh man, can't wait for the 2027.
It's all uphill from there.
Are the Dodgers quitting baseball?
Got them.
I said winning record. I didn't say they were going to win the division.
Yeah, John. By then they'll be playing 1,000 games in a season. It's going to be a great sport.
Mm.
Yeah.
Well, coming up next, we'll look ahead to tonight, just a couple of hours from now, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, game day's about to start. Finally, you've been waiting for this.
Wake up. It's
Yeah,
game
instead they
day.
got the two old guys.
Hey, let's talk about college. Hey, Wilbon, why don't you tell us about college football? Oh, that's right. You don't care about
Look how tiny
college
that guy
football.
is, Nick.
Muggsy Bogus's birthday.
No, it's Muggsy Bogues.
It's not bogus. It's Muggsy Bogues.
Muggsy Bogus.
He's
Look how tiny
60?
he is, Nick.
Son of a beast.
He was like 5'5".
Is he the smallest NBA player ever?
He was.
Yes, he was.
That's why he is famous.
Not famous because he was good, just because he was small.
I mean, he was pretty solid, especially for his size. 5'5".
Muggsy was not bogus.
I mean, he
No.
was not bogus. He was good enough to last in the league and get a happy birthday from the two old goats on ESPN.
Not 5'5", 5'3". I apologize.
Mm.
Even shorter. I mean,
Even
that's
shorter.
Shane height.
That is Shane.
And he was
Shane
in the
could have
pros.
played in the NBA.
Gosh, Henry, you
When
could
did-
play for the Cubs.
When did Shane grow?
Great point, John. His best year, points per game, he averaged 11.1 in 1995 for the Hornets. The year before, he averaged 10.7 assists. See, that was the other thing too, Nick. He played on the Hornets back when all of us 90s kids loved the Hornets because they had great uniforms and a great court. It looked like a honeycomb.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, good times. John probably hated it.
I don't
I
like
mean-
fun
In
things.
my day,
Okay.
George Mikan dribbled twice and then he shot the ball.
No, I A, never saw George Mikan, and B, as long as I can see the damn floor and see the damn lines on the damn floor,
Yeah.
can't
George
be idiots like
Mikan.
Oregon and just,
Hey, let's just put a bunch of trees out here.
Oh,
No lines.
People like you complained enough and bullied Oregon. They fixed it.
good. More people should bully Oregon.
Charles says, great starter jacket. Yeah, Nick, Google Hornets starter jacket.
I've seen it. It's good.
Tremendous. You know what else is tremendous?
The happy hour.
Hell yeah, it is.
1620 the zone.
would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat
Throw.
from your mom.
That PR's on the air. Well played.
Well, I mean, it
Right.
wasn't a great performance.
No. I've seen better.
Yeah.
Not as bad as 84. 84 was pretty
84 was pretty bad.
Not as bad as 84.
84 was pretty bad.
But
I mean, after that, yeah, this last performance, not great.
is this the
Not
worst
great at
since
all.
84 or was it the worst since 04? Have to look. Have to dive into the sheets.
Well,
Have to
about
look
08? 08
You got
was
to
pretty-
consider.
Oh, I was just talking about the
you got to
the side
consider
that
the
won.
opposition.
Yeah, I thought 08 was pretty.
Yeah, when
You gotta
adjusted for opponent.
Adjusted for opponent, this was a bad performance.
Yeah, and we love adjusting for
I mean,
opponents.
really bad.
That's why we love SP Plus. We love adjusting for opponents.
Yeah.
And that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing right now. We're all adjusting, folks. That's all you can do on a day-to-day basis. Adjust for the opponent.
Adjust for the opponent, just like we adjust for the weather. If you treat the weather like the opponent, we'd all be better off. You adjust for the opponent. Just saw, speaking of adjusting for the weather, I just saw a video from Dallas.
Oh, boy. The snow, has it arrived?
Oh, it's arrived.
Uh-oh.
It's arrived. And remember, we're not talking like a foot of snow. So we don't need to be like the, flexing Midwesterner saying, oh, that's nothing. We used to go outside in our short sleeves in this type of weather. You got to remember, North Texas does not see a lot of ice and snow.
They don't have the infrastructure for it.
There's no, it'd be like, Nebraska having a Department of Beaches.
Nice.
Don't need one.
So how much snow are they supposed to get?
I think it was, now earlier this week, it was like in the 2 to 4 inch range.
Okay.
But there was
Too many.
enough. There was enough to cover the roads and make.
I believe
things,
there's ice involved too, right?
yes,
with the
and that's the
situation?
worst part.
Gross.
Yeah.
That's the worst part.
Yeah, we had that ice storm here, about a month ago?
Bad
now?
times.
That was rough.
Yeah, and the issue with Dallas, and they did this when they had the Super Bowl.
Jarrah.
No, Nick. This is not about that. This is
Glory
about the city of Dallas.
Glory
These
hole.
are John's people.
I think my point still
We know how
stands.
they felt a few months ago, but they apparently. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? At least when the Super Bowl was there and it was Packers Steelers, they put sand on the streets.
But that's coarse and rough and irritating.
And it gets everywhere. They didn't put salt down. They put sand.
Well, it's probably easier for them to get sand in Texas.
I mean,
They don't have salt.
There's a little bit of traction, but it does nothing for the melting process.
I think sand.
That's
is a
the
little more
issue.
readily.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
They probably
we
don't
all
have
do
salt.
the brine thing where we pre-treat the roads.
Yeah, but they do it with sand. If sand was so great, why don't we do it in any of the northern cities? Probably because it's not
Are
what
you saying
should
they
do.
were pre-treating with sand, or were they putting sand over top of the snow that was falling?
I don't know. Either way, there was
Because
sand.
that
and
would make
bad.
sense. It would make no sense if they put sand and then it snowed on top of that.
I've
It
seen
would make no
sand
sense.
used in the north.
Well, not here.
I
We
think
use
I've seen it
salt.
here.
Okay. Dwayne says DFW has ice storms every year. What are you talking about? We're talking about how they had ice and then now they're getting snow. And
Yeah,
everyone's
this is-
worried about the weekend or the game tomorrow.
This is the bigger problem.
Yeah, exactly.
This is a bigger problem.
Mm.
Did you see this? Did you hear about this? Love is in the air
between
Lane Kiffin and his ex-wife.
I thought you were saying the Packers are flying somewhere right now.
No, Jordan Love's not in the air yet. But, famously, when he was kind of in the middle of his coaching rehab, Lane Kiffin and his wife got divorced.
Mrs. Lane. Oh, Lane Kiffin, me, handshake meme.
But
just miss not Lane now.
Well, but
now his wife and one of their children who's going to be going to school in Mississippi, they've moved back. It looks like, there's some happy tweets between them. In fact, Lane got his picture taken with his ex-wife with the trophy after they won the bowl game last week.
Oh, cool.
But there was a story on the Bro Bible
Ugh.
that is entitled Lane Kiffin reunites with ex-wife Layla because of wild butterfly effect caused by fake dog pee.
Wow, that was a sentence.
Remember
Piss socks?
remember the fake dog peeing celebration
Yes.
from the Egg Bowl?
Yes.
And then an Ole Miss player copied it the next year.
Yes.
And it was that got Matt Luke, one of the things that got Luke fired as the head coach. And who did they bring in? Lane Kiffin.
Lane Kiffin.
Now, the only reason I mention this is because
Also, apparently we do put down a lot of sand. All right, well, I'm an idiot.
well, we put
The
it
people
down
in
for
Dallas were
traction.
complaining about it, though, and they're like, why is there so much sand? So maybe they put it down in the wrong
Again,
order.
the sand doesn't do you any good when it's been iced on top of.
Yeah,
it's got to be
exactly.
down.
It's gotta be
for
your
traction
sand.
afterwards.
Yeah.
But the reason why I saw this story is
Yeah.
Lane Kiffin retweeted it.
That guy is terminally online. He needs to
He
log
is.
off the internet. Lane,
But
take
he's
it as
back in
someone-
love with his ex-wife. How nice is
That's
that?
awesome. Take it from me. I have very much taken my internet content down over the last year, and it has been very good for my brain. And I read more books, and I look out the windows more,
I think
and I see my dog, and I say, hello, dog.
Lane Kiffin should take Ole Miss to the Orange Bowl so he can touch grass.
Nice, Nick. He could go to other places. That
Well, I
have
mean,
grass.
they have grass in Mississippi.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but there's better grass. Than
There's better
Hard
grass.
Rock. Hard Rock has the best grass.
Interesting.
They did a whole segment on Hard Knocks last season where they talked to the grass guy at
The
Hard
grass guy.
Yeah, they're not for me.
It's good grass.
They're not my humans.
Well, we are 90 minutes away from kickoff.
You don't like the awning at the stadium? It reminds me of a soccer stadium.
That's
I
I don't need no damn awning.
All right.
Again, I miss the Orange Bowl. It's not. I don't
I
have
know,
anything
I did too,
against
man.
the pro.
Hey, I'm
player,
happy they changed the
pro
seat
player
color.
Joe Robbie Blockbuster Stadium, whatever the hell they call it now. I don't hate the stadium. It's just not the Orange Bowl.
True.
I miss the Orange Bowl.
True.
Well, tonight it is the Orange Bowl. It's Penn State and Notre Dame. And a couple of things as I was previewing this. Notre Dame, strength of their defense, secondary. Xavier Watts, Omaha's own.
Omaha's
leading the
own.
way. And Penn State, let's face it, their passing attack is basically one guy. Stop Tyler Warren, stop Penn State's passing attack. Because the
Sure.
wide receivers have not been great this year.
No. And that guy is awesome.
But of course, who's going to be covering Warren on occasion?
Mhm.
Probably those safeties.
Mm-hmm.
Watts, Schuler. They've been really good this year against tight ends. 89 is their coverage grade, according to Pro Football Focus, on a
Wow.
100-point scale.
Wow.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
So could be a challenge tonight for old PSU to move the ball through the air. The other part of Penn State, obviously, they can still run the ball. We talked about that Ohio State game earlier. One of the things that came out of the Ohio State game was Penn State running more 12 personnel. So getting two tight ends in there and just getting downhill and physical. They have gone since prior to the Ohio State game. They were running 35% of their sets out of 12 personnel. They've now gone up to over 50%. So they have really gone more heavy, and it has worked.
Yep.
I mean, their explosive runs are up. Their rushing touchdowns are up. So this will be the challenge. Now, interestingly enough, Notre Dame, according to Pro Football Focus, has faced the fifth lowest percentage in America of 12 personnel.
Oh,
so
wow.
They haven't seen it much.
Interesting.
So this could be the key for Penn State. Notre Dame might be able to take away the pass, but will they be able to take away the run, assuming that Penn State continues to run out of 12 personnel?
Mm-hmm.
So that's one thing I'm looking for tonight.
Well, yeah, and we talked a little bit earlier about the run game from Allen and Singleton that Penn State has had this year. They have averaged about 24 carries, 136 yards per game combined. These are two really, really good backs. And I mean, in a way, not to skip over to the other side of the ball for a moment, but like,
please do.
But the running games of both of these sides. Now, Jeremiah Love, of course, we're keeping an eye on that knee and what kind of brace he is wearing and how it is going to affect him. But Jadarian Price and him, they have averaged, a similar number of yards, 128, on about 5 fewer carries per game this year, 18.4. And both of these teams have a quarterback that can make hay with their legs. I think that Riley Leonard is a better runner, certainly, than Drew Aller is, but Aller can get out and he can pick up some yards on the ground as well. So that's why, like, again, the shape of this game so often does seem to kind of go back to the old school nature of running the ball, picking up the first downs, like as well as Notre Dame played. They didn't really move the ball that well. They got the advantageous turnover late in the first half, and then they began the second half with a kickoff return for a touchdown versus Georgia. But otherwise, it's not like their offense was super, super explosive. Can either of these offenses with the run game have a nice explosive play?
One of the things that was a knock on Penn State, a lot of people were looking for in last week's game against the Boise State Broncos, was all the missed tackles. Penn State has had a bad issue this year, one of the top teams in the country in missing tackles. And interestingly enough, they still had 16 missed tackles against Ashton Genty, who is, of course, he's Mr. Missed Tackle.
Yeah.
Yet they still held him to 104 rushing yards. So they were still able to do that.
He had one big play in that game. Otherwise, he was breaking tackles, but there was always other players waiting there. They were selling out to stop him. That's the thing, though, about this matchup. I don't really think you can sell out like you did. And honestly, you don't have to sell out like you did versus Genty.
This is a Notre Dame running attack that is third in the country in EPA per run. They lead the Power Four with over 4 yards after contact. And they are 7th in run blocking grade. So they're good at the point of contact and they're good after contact.
Mm-hmm.
So Penn State really has to shore up at the line of scrimmage, where they have been good. But if they don't, the trend is their missed tackles follow them everywhere. And that could be the difference between holding Notre Dame to 4 and 5 yard gains and making them 10 and 15 yard games and really extending drives. And in a game where we're expecting perhaps the total to be low, those extra yards might be a big difference tonight.
I know this is our bit for Nebraska and comparing their opponents, but I think it'd be cool to see a radar chart of both of these teams just to kind of see.
I probably can't put that together right now, but maybe I could have that for tomorrow because, we're given that, of course, we've made it this far. Now we're talking about the best of the best, especially tomorrow when we get to the Ohio State-Texas matchup. Speaking of Penn State's defense, Abdul Carter, of course, how healthy is he going to be? And so, that's the thing. You got a player on the Notre Dame side. You got a player on the Penn State side. Not to mention on top of that, man, Notre Dame has a lot of injuries. And, I have to imagine the Georgia faction coming out of that game last week. It was like, but we missed our quarterback. And Notre Dame could have said, but we have a lot of players who are banged up or outright not playing in this game. But Carter, that injury, how effective can he be? When he left with, again, it was like, given the way that Franklin always is, what appeared to be a left shoulder injury, and Carter is, a top 5 pick. He's about to get picked in the top 5 when the draft is here in a few months. So what is he able to do if he is healthy, or how healthy, depending on how healthy he is versus that Notre Dame passing attack?
I don't know how much we want to get into because we do have predictions coming up.
Yeah.
And I know tomorrow you guys can certainly probably break down Ohio State a little bit more. If there's one thing to watch for, and it sounds like he's okay, but we'll see. But getting right tackle Cam Williams back for Texas is big because they missed him in the Arizona State game. Texas, with those tackles, they love to run outside zone. If they're going to control this game, and I think Texas has to try to grind this game out.
Sit on the ball,
keep Ohio State's offense off the field. When they have Cam Williams, then they're great at running the football. But without him last week, their EPA was terrible.
Yeah.
They averaged less than 2 yards per rushing attempt against Arizona State. So that'll be one thing to watch for. It sounds like he was practicing this week, but if Cameron Williams is good to go, that gives Texas a fighting chance. If he's not, I don't know if I like Texas to be able to stay close in this one.
Yeah, dude, Ohio State is playing the best football right now. Of all these teams in the country, they're playing the best because they had the best competition in their first 2 games collectively. They had the number 1 team. They had a Tennessee team that had a solid regular season. They didn't just win. They won going away. The final score of the Rose Bowl nowhere near as indicative of the domination that they showed in that one, racing out to the 34-0 lead. And again, they keep targeting Jeremiah Smith early. Blue could be like the best receiver on any roster in the country, and he's not even the best player on his own team. It's ridiculous what they have. The running game looks stronger. Will Howard has looked a whole lot better. And then they have a defense that seems to be finding itself. That Oregon offensive line had done such a great job at protecting Dylan Gabriel after the first couple of weeks. They got after him. I think they finished with what? It was 7 or 8 sacks, just totally destroyed him. Meanwhile, you have a Texas team that just has not, like, they have a great defense. But on offense, it just leaves a lot to be desired. And so I think that you're right about can they hold the ball? Can they sit on the ball? And John, if the game is close, that kicking game for Texas, there's a very real world where we're talking about Mr. Haircut after the missed field goals that he had. If Arizona State wins that game, if they don't convert on that 4th and 13 in overtime, he is the GOAT in the negative capacity if they don't win. But if the game is close and it comes down to the wire, is he able to knock one in? Because he has struggled in moments this season. He has regressed big time this year.
You don't want to be a negative GOAT.
You don't want to be. Yeah. Back when John and I were in our britches, GOAT was bad. Scott Norwood was the GOAT of the Bills-Giants Super Bowl. That was bad.
What
changed?
No, what?
Well, we used the acronym.
Yeah, we used the acronym.
We started to realize that greatest of all time, spells out GOAT in acronym form.
GOAT.
Right. What did GOAT mean back in your day?
Bad.
A goat.
Okay.
You were the GOAT.
I see, and
Like
I
he
was
was,
confused about.
I don't know how
animal?
the animal got equated with failure.
People hate goats. Oh, ever by the ocean in the sea.
Again, you people who celebrate that commercial
are awesome.
Are terrible people because you're celebrating the death of college athletics. Congratulations.
No, we're celebrating.
Screw the Big Ten.
Beautiful music, John. I love music. I've always said it.
And an artist worked hard on that, John.
Yeah, and not AI or chatbots.
No, I'm sure there was no AI at all or anything like that involved in making that
Tips and
stupid
tricks.
commercial. When we come back, it's time for predictions.
Jordan points out it's short for scapegoat.
Oh, scapegoat. Okay, I didn't realize that was.
I like the current
origin.
version and use of it better.
Yeah, me too. I remember when cold went from bad to good too. In gym class, I caught a pass for a touchdown, and a guy said, "That boy cold," and I was like, but I caught it, and then I learned it's now good because cold used to be bad. He's cold. It means he's missing his shots.
Well, what you're hoping for is that your team doesn't go cold, because if you happen to have one of your on the lines put on shooting percentage or made 3-pointers, you could miss out on opportunities to help donate to your favorite program's NIL. You know, NIL is the way everything's going right now. If you want to recruit good players and keep them, your program needs NIL. And that's where On the Line comes in to help, because a lot of us don't have the big dollars to spend on NIL, but here's a fun way to engage and have your team reward you and you reward them at the same time, because On the Line partners with Creighton, with Nebraska, and with Omaha. You attach a dollar figure to any measurable metric. Could be made 3-pointers, could be wins, could be whatever you decide. And for every time that hits, then your donation goes towards your favorite school's NIL efforts. This is the way that schools are getting and keeping the best players, and you can help. It's fun, and it's interactive, and it's easy. Go to athleticsontheline.com. It's run by folks right here in Omaha, so you know you can trust these folks. It's a great place. All of these schools, Nebraska, Omaha, and Creighton, have all partnered with them. They have entrusted to On the Line to make it possible for you to give your favorite school's NIL efforts. So again, visit athleticsontheline.com. Gamify your giving with On the Line. athleticsontheline.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions.
Do what? Say what? Hey, what? Hello? Hi.
Vikings and the
John,
over.
Nick sent it to you.
Yeah, it's there.
Oh, it is? Is it right there?
Oh, did you not? Oh, that's right. I don't think you can bring it up. No.
That's not that one. I can see the other thing.
It's that.
There it is.
Now you can run it, Nick.
I'll run it.
Oh, Josh will run it.
I always run it.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
And everything just works so well. We all just kind of do things in a very
Yeah, the
cohesive
producer
way.
doesn't
My job's
this.
to keep track of who picks what, and your track's to run the flipper.
And what's Nick's job?
To be the leader in
Lovable
predictions.
commentary.
He's still in the lead.
Is
Look at
happening?
that. This is Josh. This is my segment. Always
Also,
has.
are
been.
we bringing back up?
yes.
Are we bringing back upset of the week? Because it's
We
not
will. We
okay.
will. Just there's so many other things.
Okay.
So many other. We'll bring it back.
All right. We begin with the Orange Bowl.
Yeah, it's the Orange Bowl tonight.
Orange Bowl.
Notre Dame, 1-point favorite, and the total, 44.5.
Oh.
So we're picking the total on these two college football playoff games as well. So, Nick, who's going to win? And will it go over or under the 44.5?
Notre Dame under.
Nick, that is a smart pick.
Rats. We're all in agreement. I'm almost wondering if I should go for a point stealer.
Do it.
I do kind of. I'm getting worried as a Notre Dame backer. I'm kind of worried about this game. Give me the Irish. I want to stick with them. Come on, Notre Dame, and I'll go with the under as well.
Rushing yards tonight. Penn State, Nicholas Singleton versus Katron Allen.
Katron's a really cool name.
So is that your pick?
Hard to argue with that, Nick.
No, I'm going to stick with the Nicholas.
Oh, of course.
Good Lord. Singleton is favored slightly, a couple of yards. I'm going to go with Katron Allen to have more on the ground.
I'm going to go with Singleton.
Okay.
Tyler Warren, Penn State tight end, receiving yards over under 63.5. I'm going to slide to a slight over.
Wow, too much agreement so far.
We're going to continue to agree.
Ugh,
jeez.
This is disgusting.
Tomorrow's game, Ohio State's favored by 6, and the total is 53.5 against Texas.
Horns down, over. Ohio State rolls. Ohio State gets 35 plus in this one against that good Texas defense.
I'm going to agree on the side. I'm going to go with the under.
Oh, they'll win 52-0.
I don't think it'll be that bad, but I think Texas will take the air out of the ball somewhat. So give me Ohio State under 53.5.
You going to say hook 'em? You going to say horns up?
My gut reaction is horns up.
Well, go with your gut.
And I'll take the over.
Ooh-wee.
Wow.
All right.
Quarterback passing yards, Quinn Ewers plus 8.5 passing yards versus Will Howard.
Nick, did you know that Quinn Ewers began his college career at the Ohio State University?
I think I did know that, actually.
Oh,
I think we've talked
you would have
about
been
that.
working here when he
Yeah.
transferred.
So, Nick, what do you think?
Quinn looks like he's a guy who has fun. He looks like a fun guy.
He had a mullet for a while.
I'm going to go with Quinn.
I hate mullets. Will Howard.
Howard.
It seems like mullets have gone away. Are they back out? Are the kids out on mullets again?
I don't know. I'm not the kids.
I hope so. Yeah,
Jeremiah Smith has had 2 100-yard receiving games so far in this college football playoff, and his total is only 86.5.
That's too low, John.
It is. That's why I'm picking Jeremiah to go over.
Over. Wow. Just look at all this agreement.
No one wants to make a move. So let's see if the NFL creates some separation.
Gotta keep
the Chard
separated.
are a 3-point favorite at the Texans. As I mentioned earlier, Jim Harbaugh has won at least one playoff game in each of his previous 3 playoff appearances. Make it 4, and they will cover the 3. Give me the Chard.
I'm going to go with Texans to cover, Chargers to win. Go Chargers.
I'm going to take the Chargers.
Okay.
Well, maybe there's some separation there. Steelers plus 10 at Balmer. Do you know this is the 10th game? If it closes at 10, this will be the 10th NFL playoff game since 2000 that will have a line of 10 or more points.
I did not.
Only twice has the underdog won outright. Washington did it in their last playoff appearance. And the Ravens were victims of one of these when they famously lost to Tennessee in the divisional round.
That one stunk. I was so sad.
But to cover the last 9, they've gone 6-3.
What was the Washington one that they won? They were underdogs by 10 points or more?
Yeah.
This had to be in the 80s sometime, right?
No. This is all since 2000. I have to pull up the data.
I was going to
again.
say they haven't won a playoff game.
Maybe I was. No, I'll pull up the data.
Baltimore.
I have a rule of thumb whenever these two teams play each other.
Yeah.
That rule of thumb is usually the Steelers surprise you.
Yeah.
Give me
Well,
the
what
Steelers.
happened on December 21st?
The Steelers didn't surprise.
There you go.
That said
The
usually.
Ravens won by 17 that day, if I remember right.
That's why I said usually.
John, how's that research going?
Hold on, I got to put in all the data. Hang on.
All right.
So you took Baltimore.
Baltimore, he said surprise, surprise. And surprise means Pittsburgh.
Yes.
I'd like to take the Steelers. I'd like to.
You're going to do your little stupid thing? Yeah, they're done.
Problematic.
No.
It's not problematic. It's a Rush song.
Yeah.
You're
It's not
Canadian.
Rush. Renegade? That's not Rush.
Are you sure?
Yes. I'm positive Renegade isn't
Who's
Rush.
John, go back to your research. Don't Google another thing.
It broke the website.
Sticks.
Yeah.
Oh, Sticks. Sorry, Rush. What was I thinking?
Yikes, John. Tough look for you. You're of that era.
Yeah, the website is down.
Probably because they got that Washington thing wrong.
That-
I'm very curious about this now. I want to know who it is.
Well, I had it up earlier, but now the website has crashed.
Sad.
All right, so 2 Ravens and a Steeler.
Yeah.
Derrick Henry rushing yards over under 99.5.
Over.
Slide under. I'll probably be a big dumb idiot.
Broncos +9 at Buffalo.
Nick? You know you want to do it.
I will let my hate of the Bills decide this for me.
Oh, so give Nick the Broncos,
Give me the Broncos
on the money line. When the Broncos defense has played good quarterbacks this year, they've sucked. Give me the Bills to win and cover. You know, though, it's funny. As good as the Bills have been, their first round games in the playoffs the last few years have not been perfect. The Steelers game was closer than it should have been for a little bit last year. The Dolphins game a couple years ago was bad.
Pissed me off.
Yeah,
the Dolphins should have won.
They're playing a backup quarterback. Not great. Not great.
Not great. Not great at all.
John, what are you doing?
Here it is. When Washington 2021 against Tampa.
They didn't win the game, though.
They didn't win the game, but they covered. Okay, I was looking. Hold on.
They lost. Tampa won the Super Bowl that year. Did you actually read this stat to us wrong? Is it actually 6 times that the favorite is covered in those games?
And again, the site crashed again, just as I was looking at it.
Sounds like the worst website ever.
What a bad
I don't know why it crashed all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Oh, I see why, because it's the home team. That's why. Yeah. Well, either way.
Either way. Either.
Broncos or Bills, John?
The wrong team. No. But the Broncos will cover the 9.
All right. So I took the Bills. He took the Broncos.
Yes.
All right.
Packers +4.5 at the Eagles.
Do it. Do it.
I'm picking the Eagles. Of course.
Nice.
Packers are just too banged up. I would love to be wrong. I would love to be wrong.
I'll take the Packers.
Be a lot funnier.
So will I.
To win?
They're going to cover the 4.5.
Okay.
Jalen Hurts +14.5 passing yards versus Jordan Love.
He was a full participant at practice today. Jalen Hurts was. I'm going to go with Love, but that's more of a lean on Hurts. Well, the offense in general, just running the football. They have Saquon Barkley, if you haven't seen or heard. He's pretty good.
I'm feeling the love.
Okay.
I'll go Hurts. The Commanders
Love Hurts.
+3 at Tampa.
You know, I could have done this when we talked about the Broncos-Bills game, but I saw this tweet from Nick Veronica earlier. Per Pro Football Reference data, only 3 rookie quarterbacks have ever won a playoff game on the road. Flacco, Sanchez, Russell Wilson. Bo Nix and Jaden Daniels will look there to add their names to the list. So this does not happen very often. That Seahawks team was damn good. That Jets team almost went to the Super Bowl. That Ravens team almost went to the Super Bowl. I don't think that this Commanders team is as good, but I don't think that the Bucs are playing well. Give me the Commanders to win.
I will also take the Commanders.
Well, then I'm going to take Tampa.
Oh.
I'm really torn on this. I could go either way, but if I can steal a point, I don't feel very convicted about this. There's a part of me almost wants to take a push on the +3, but I'll take the Bucs.
Oh, we love the push, don't we, folks?
Vikings are a 1-point favorite at the Rams. There's no way in hell I'm picking against my team.
What's that dumb thing you guys say? Whose house?
Rams house.
Yeah, give me the Rams. Sorry, Shafe.
Vikings.
Nice. I hope you're right, Nick. No offense.
They're my team for the playoffs.
Oh, well, you mean it. You mean offense.
Well,
That's
I'm rooting
fine.
for my friend Mike Schaefer and my youngest brother Luke and my uncle Mark and the other Vikings fans.
Yeah,
Drew
but
McGarry.
aren't I more important than all 4 of those people put together?
You're very mean. You're very mean about a team that we shall not name.
I'm very truthful, though.
Yeah, but it's
I've
also
been telling
hurtful.
you all this time.
Truth hurts, John.
Truth does hurt.
It hurts.
But sometimes the
It
truth
hurts
has
my
to
heart.
hurt.
It's very sad.
Like the truth that you got all this grease on you.
Yeah. Chief 1999 says, are the outlines getting progressively bigger?
Oh, of course they are, because
Are
Nick's
they?
in charge of the graphics.
I was wondering. I
Yes.
saw they were
Oh,
like,
absolutely. See, I can't be triggered because I can't see it because I'm too busy.
Well, you're still busy going to that broken ass website.
Which NFL game will have the highest final total? So the highest total between these two teams.
By the way, the actual highest total point spread wise is the Commanders Bucks game, as we talked about a little bit earlier.
Which is the game I'm picking.
Good instincts. I was going to pick that one too.
Bills Broncos.
Gross.
Wow, Denver's going to put up 40, huh?
Nice.
And we'll wrap up with some local basketball. We don't have official lines on this, but
we're going with the Bart.
Estimating the Bart Nebraska ball 6.5-point dogs at Purdue.
Nebraska.
Bounce back. They get the cover. I don't know about the win.
I'm going to go with Purdue just because that place is a snake pit.
Jack and I are going to break this game down a little bit more tomorrow with Jacob Bigelow.
Omaha coming off a big win last night. They walloped Kansas City. Now
Shoots.
take on SDSU. Again, this is a Bart estimated line. Home game for the Mavs. Omaha +5.5.
I'll take the Wascally Wabbits.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the Rabbits.
Damn it. I was hoping I was going to steal a point, but no, I'll go with SDSU. And made 3-point field goals. Creighton at Butler, Hinkle Fieldhouse, 9.5.
I saw a comment in our chat earlier that says, it's weird that John likes Hinkle because Creighton plays bad at Hinkle.
They do.
They did win last year.
I'll take the under.
Same.
I'll take the over.
Classic Homer.
I'm Homer John.
Jeremiah says, thanks for the show today. Kept me entertained.
You're welcome.
Striped and recalked outside shower and floor connection as original home build. 2012 stuff was shot and leading to leaks. Have a great night. Thank you, Jeremiah, for listening. Michael Severe texts into the show.
We appreciate it. Yes, what's Severe say?
Dogs in the wild card round 24-12 since 2017 ATS.
Wow.
So that is
That
that
does
is
not
quite the
bode
number.
well for my team. Quick, flip that line.
2 out of
Oh,
every
wait, no,
3.
no, we are the underdog. Stay.
Maybe this will be the one that doesn't.
Barely an underdog. It shouldn't even count.
Shouldn't count. So that means if the math continues, 4 dogs will cover. 4 dogs will cover.
Dun 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 dun.
Oh,
dun.
interesting.
I really hope not.
No, it'll be the Broncos.
Which is also good for me.
As long as the Bills win, I'll be fine.
If Denver decides to break out the horse D, they're going to win that game. But if they break out the ugly deliverance horse, forget about it.
Yeah,
so Denver needs to bring the horse D with them to Buffalo.
Do it.
Big horse D energy. Let's go Broncos.
Mr. Hand knew about that. He's no longer with us. Yeah. Nick, your thoughts?
None.
Interesting how Nick loves to make comments about everything. And then John talks about horse D. And Nick is quiet as a mouse.
Squeak.
A church mouse.
You know, one thing that will neutralize the objects being thrown out of the stands in Buffalo.
What's that, John?
Is big horse D energy.
That's true. Hard to argue.
Nothing beats natural.
Go
Broncos!
Bills!
To at least cover.
To at least cover.
And we'll be back with content next on 1620 The Zone.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Nick, I just noticed something.
Yes, John?
During the breaks, we throw up these full-page graphics while you're listening to the sound of silence.
Yes.
And Nick, mockingly made a collage of pictures of me with the big outlines that he's very fond of.
Yes.
The middle one where I'm wearing the black shirt.
Yes.
Why does the outline pop out like I have a wart on my head when it doesn't follow the contour of my hairline?
Because the software
Looks like there's a tiny hair in
Yes.
there.
So the software that I use to take out the background, it doesn't always grab every single little thing. And that is an example of that. That's a tiny hair. So it chops out.
This is the flaw of your outline system.
Canva is the GOAT. I made a fun graphic on it earlier today, Nick. I had a great time.
I have many ideas for many fun graphics for later.
Wow, interesting. Can't wait to see what happens.
Well, how about some fun content?
Oh,
The Creighton women's basketball team picked up another dub last night, moving to 5-0 in league play before the UConn game on January 25th.
Well, nope. There was a period in there.
Was there?
Yep.
League play. Before the UConn game on January 25th, they're at Seton Hall and Butler with a home game in between against DePaul. Will they go into that game 8-0 in the Big East?
Yes, they will. Though these last two home games, they've kind of flirted with disaster a little bit.
Yes,
They went cold down the stretch yesterday. Went cold for a spell when they hosted Butler a few games ago. But I have faith in the Fighting Flans that it'll be a pair of undefeated teams for a pink-out doubleheader.
Wow. Creighton.
And they get to be the nightcap. Well, late afternoon cap, 4:30.
Creighton currently 33 in the net rankings. The opponents that Nick just mentioned, Seton Hall sitting at 64, Butler all the way down at 96. That home game versus DePaul, they are 128. So the odds would say yes. And I'll agree with the odds. I think the toughest one is going to be the Seton Hall matchup that they have upcoming this weekend.
With UConn trailing by 1 and just 3 seconds left, Alex Caraban had 2 free throws to give the Huskies the lead at Villanova. He had never missed back-to-back free throws in his college career.
For 2 in the game. Good, no good. Caravan, an 81% free throw shooter. He needs this one to tie.
And the first missed free throw, first missed free throw for UConn, for either team tonight.
81% for the tie right here. He missed them both, and that's going to be the ball game. Wow.
Villanova upset UConn 67-66. Is the Big East wide open for the taking?
Yeah.
Also, this whole time I thought it was 3-throw because they're throwing it from the 3-point line.
No, no.
No, you did not.
Yes, I did.
No, you did not.
The 3-point line is the outer arc. The free throw line is inside the 3-point line. It's the straight line.
Pay attention to basketball. I don't know the intricacies. I wasn't good at basketball when I
don't
played
even care
as a
about
kid.
the question anymore. I don't care about the question.
Are you being serious? Or are you joking?
Like, I get why it's called a free throw because it's a free throw.
But
That
you just
makes
said
sense.
you thought it was the
But I thought it was 3-throw. I thought there were 2 separate things. I thought there were 2 separate things within the game.
Wait, you thought what were 2 separate things?
I thought free throw and 3-throw were 2 different things.
So what did you think a free throw was? This?
Yeah.
What did you think a 3-throw was?
A similar thing. I thought it was interchangeable.
I really hope that we have a lot of people who are still hanging on right now at 5:45. Chris, Nick's work's take yet, and that's saying something.
It's not a take. It was a misunderstanding.
That's true. Baymon, this is fantastic. This should be the breakout video for tomorrow.
Maybe it will
Who
be.
cares about the question? Let's just do this for the rest of the show.
I like baseball.
We know.
I know baseball
so,
things.
So you thought that the free FREE throw and the 3-throw.
No, 3-throw, not
Three
3-throw.
throw.
You didn't think it was about hair, right?
No.
Okay.
3-throw and free throw. I thought there were 2 separate things within the game.
I mean, so how are they separate? How are they separate in your mind?
Yeah, was it like a technical foul situation and they got to shoot it from beyond the arc for 3 points?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
I mean, I guess that kind of makes sense. Tom sends in a GIF where Andy Dwyer from Parks and Rec says, "Oh, snap!" This is awesome, Nick. Big East, yeah, way wide open. I mean, nobody's good. Isn't the answer nobody's good in the Big East this year?
No, that's not true. UConn's still
Mid.
good, but Marquette could run. I mean, Marquette's tough, really tough. So no, I don't think it's wide open necessarily, but man, God,
incredible.
Nick, you just made my day.
I just want to say I said that knowing exactly what was going to happen after I admitted that.
I'm happy
I
you
freely
did.
admitted
Nick,
that.
you're finally leaning it. Like, this is what I've always wanted from you. El Scorcho, I love you, Nick, but this is an all-timer. Tay, you know Tay, Nick. She writes, Nick, crying emoji.
Can't win them all.
No, you cannot.
Neither can UConn.
Oh, nice.
Football.
Oh.
Just hours after winning the Fenway Bowl, never mind, UConn coach Jim Mora Jr. threatened other teams for tampering with his players. Well, now we know who he might have been referring to. Husky D lineman Price Yates announced he's going to North Carolina just days after he helped UConn beat the Tar Heels in the bowl game. Is Jim Mora Jr. targeting Bill Belichick?
Yes, with 3 throws.
Nice.
Or free throws.
Obviously, this is what he's talking
throw.
about.
Oh.
I mean, they literally just played each other.
Mm-hmm.
And then out of the blue, oh, hey, the team we just beat is now trying to lure one of our best defensive linemen.
Uh-huh.
And he was named the game's MVP, by the way, the defensive MVP, Yates was. So, yes, Jim Mora Jr., who, of course, did coach in the NFL.
He did. He was not very good.
And he's a little angry at Bill Belichick.
All right, I just want to go back to the comments. Yep. Grant writes, where do I send my resume to be a sports radio producer? Grant, NRG Media, 5011 Capitol Avenue. You also need to include your opinions on food. We got to know those because, you know, as we all know, everyone here has the odd food takes.
Or the very normal food takes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, Belichick has heard from multiple teams, including Raiders minority owner Tom Brady, to gauge interest in return to the NFL. Diana Rossini of The Athletic says he has no plans to return to the NFL. Do you believe this report?
I don't. You know, the buyout situation in North Carolina is very interesting. It's $10 million as of right now. After June 1st, it is $1 million. Not to say like, hey, he's going to hold out until June 1 and then he's going to go to the NFL. That'd be stupid. But, man, if the right job came calling, I still think he'd go back to the pros. So I don't totally buy this. I think that we're going to have to be on our P's and Q's for the Belichick-North Carolina marriage ending rather soon, his entire time there.
Well, I'll give it. I'll take this more seriously next year. But it's not going to happen
right now?
No. He's not going to do it now.
Okay.
In a statement...
It's not about you.
Okay.
Michael Severe just sent me a tweet that said, since 2017, Sean Payton is 30-12 against bald head coaches.
Incredible.
Yep. So let's keep
He would
an eye.
know that stat.
Another thing to keep an eye
What
on.
was that
That
thing
used to
Sean-
be his coach.
What was that thing Sean Payton said? Not Sean Payton. Sorry, I'm thinking of Bill's guy. Never mind.
Sean McDermott.
Sean McDermott.
He talked about do it like the terrorists did.
Yep.
Yeah. Tough.
Surprised Chance doesn't like the Bills after that.
Interesting point.
In a statement Wednesday evening, the NFL said it continues to prepare for the Vikings-Rams game to be played at SoFi Stadium, but if it had to be moved, it would take place Monday night at State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona. What do you think happens?
I think that it's going to be played in Los Angeles. I think. The crappy part, I was listening to a pod this morning. They're supposed to have horrible, horrible winds again next week. And, you know, they have not gotten a whole lot of rain.
These are those Santa Ana winds.
And so they need moisture. So I think they're going to play there, but obviously I would not be shocked if when I sat down to watch a game on Monday night if it was being played in Arizona.
The bigger problem will be air quality because Inglewood's not in danger from the fires per se, but the bigger problem will be air quality.
Yeah. And it's not, even though it has a roof, it's not an indoor stadium.
No.
You know, it is open. It's an open air stadium.
I mean, obviously, I hope that they get to play it in LA in front of our very loyal fans who will not be outnumbered by the opposing team in any way. But it definitely is going to be worth watching, and certainly all of our thoughts are going out to all those people that have been affected. I saw a graphic today. The amount of square acres that have been burned are greater than the entire island of Manhattan,
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
New York City.
Yeah, and just see like the photos and the videos where homes are just gone. And you can see like the fireplace standing there and nothing else. Is just awful.
Or the night pictures from up above where you just see
Yeah.
blocks.
Yeah, awful. Absolutely awful.
We just finished up predictions, but what say you for the entire NFL playoff bracket? Who's going to Nollins and who's going to win it all?
I hate to be boring, but I think it's going to be the 2-1 seeds.
2-1 seeds.
And I think Kansas City is going to 3-2.
First time ever?
In the Super Bowl era, it'd be the first since the Packers in the NFL. But in the Super Bowl era, yeah, I think it's going to be Kansas City over Detroit.
No team that has gone for the three-peat has ever even made the Super Bowl, let alone won the Super Bowl.
True.
That is going to
Three-peat.
continue this year. Give me the Ravens out of the AFC. I think they're playing great football right now. Give me the Lions. Give me the Ravens to win it all.
Nice.
Oh, no longer Bills pilled.
I am not biased, John. I watch
Out
what I
on
watch.
the Bills.
Worried that's going to be the Eagles, though. Let's hope not.
It's the NBA question of the day.
No, Nick, you got to read it with more pep in the step.
The Cavs ended Oklahoma City's
Wow.
15-game win streak with a 129-122 win in Cleveland. The Cavs now own the NBA's longest win streak at 11 straight. Was this an NBA Finals preview?
No, it was not. The Thunder will make it out of the West. Yes, it will not be the Cavs. It'll be John's stupid-ass Celtics out of the East.
Banner 19.
No, there will not be a Banner 19 or a Banner 20. No. Okay, settle down, John.
I agree.
Oh, wow. Look at that. The agreement, boys.
It's the baseball question of the day.
Unreal.
Yes!
Unreal.
Baseball. The unhomed
Nice.
Athletics, despite not having a permanent home, keep spending money. After signing free agent Luis Severino. Luis?
Luis Severino.
Thought you were a
Luis
baseball
Severino.
guy.
I don't know Luis.
Yikes. Tough look.
Luis, he's the best three-throw shooter in Major League Baseball.
Nice. The A's
Gotta be
re-upped
your boy.
with designated hitter. That's what DH means. Brett
Yes.
Rooker
Good job.
on a 5-year, $60 million contract. Are the A's turning into Richie Rich?
Yeah, how can they afford this? They don't have a house.
Well, here's the thing. They're actually spending some of this money because they have been so tight in recent years that they actually could be in violation with the MLB Players Association for being too cheap. So now they're having to spend money so they can stay out of trouble with the collective bargaining agreement. So that's why they're spending some of this extra money.
Interesting. The money spenders.
Mhm.
That's what I call them.
Why don't they just build their own stadium?
Why don't they?
Well, who knows? Right now, there's a giant dirt pit in Las Vegas waiting for a stadium, but I don't know if it's going to happen.
That's true.
I mean, it might get the funny scenario is it gets built anyway, but the A's aren't allowed to use it.
That
so
would
they'll
be
use
very
it for
funny.
like soccer.
That would be pretty funny.
I mean, wouldn't be the first time Vegas has spent a lot of money on something.
Mm-hmm. Nick?
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up. And then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
I think I'm going to make a grilled cheese tonight.
Are you one of those people that does like tomato soup with grilled cheese?
No, definitely
Good.
not. Yeah.
It's disgusting.
Yeah. I mean, we had enchiladas for lunch. I don't want to have those again already for my leftovers. So I want to save those. We don't have any thighs, though. The store was out of thighs the other day.
Store was out of thighs?
Store was out of thighs.
Not sure about the dinner, but I did want to clarify. So on that Washington-Tampa game.
Oh, thank God. We finally have this.
Was the website
2021,
Yeah.
Tampa Bay beat Washington 31-23. Washington was a 10-point dog. They covered.
Yeah, but you said they won. The stat
Well,
that you said was that 2 10-point dogs
yeah,
have won the game outright.
It was, but it was the number got I
So only
don't know.
one
I
10
don't know why it says the result was that they won. So the odd shark was telling me the wrong thing.
Okay.
Because Tampa won the game and Tampa was the favored team.
Okay.
So there you go.
Nick?
I had Taco Bell last night. I have no idea about tonight.
Yuck. John? You said you don't know?
He said he doesn't.
I'm not sure. I don't know. Yesterday, well, we had some nice. It was some breaded chicken with noodles, and I forgot to ask the wife what the gravy was. It was
The what?
It was a very unique. It had some bacon in it.
gravy.
It was made in the cast iron skillet. I
Oh,
need
that
to ask her
sounds
what was in
good.
it. It was a delicious gravy.
So I got a text message from somebody, and it was the screenshot of the various YouTube comments. Nick's worst take yet, and that's saying something. This is fantastic. What, Nick? And the text was, would love some context to this no context tweet.
I don't
to
think
which
so.
I said, you just have to go back and watch on the YouTube. If you are watching on the YouTube, rewind it to the Yukon video, watch the Yukon video, go from there. You're going to have a great time.
That's why I stumbled when I was reading that part.
Yep.
I stopped when it said free throws because that's when I realized I was wrong this whole time.
Yeah. So it was incredible. It was incredible. Good stuff.
You'll learn about the three throw.
Three throw.
Three throw.
Not three throw. It's not.
See,
throw. There's no
again,
throw.
it's hard to say.
Apparently.
It's very, especially when you've been used to saying free throw all your life.
That's true. Hard to
because
argue.
you knew it was a free throw because it was a free toss from the free throw line, not a three toss from the three throw line.
I thought it was a penalty. You gotta shoot
So
from
John's
three.
being lazy tomorrow. He's not working. Unreal.
I'm working.
Nick
I'm
and
heading
first
to
full-
work.
first full
I'm
week of
working
the
this
year.
weekend. Are you working this weekend?
I'll be doing podcasts.
Nope.
I'll be doing podcasts.
That doesn't count.
I'll be watching games.
That doesn't count.
It's my job, John. Got to watch the games.
It doesn't count.
Bye.
Bye.